Okay, so good evening, everyone. First, the acknowledgement. We acknowledge, appreciate that the land in which we gather is traditional unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq First Nation, and we've occupied this territory since time immemorial. Call to order. And I just wanted to mention something that the BIS is holding their annual Wake in the Forest. Wake in the Forest. Wake in the West. Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully it's Wake in the West. But if you can get out to it, it's at the BIS. It's all this week. They'd love to see you. They're celebrating their 200th anniversary as a society in Prince Edward Island. There's a lot of celebrations coming up this week. And just before we begin this budget process, I mentioned this in our, Councillor Bernard, I mentioned this in our Finance Committee meeting, Standing Committee meeting, January 17th, 1917. Mayor P.S. Brown, accounts show surplus of $71.62 after paying all their obligations. The surplus of $71.62 is not on paper only, but is in fact in every sense of the word. So here we are, 108 years later, and we're looking at a surplus. We're going to wait and hear that. Fifth generation. Declarations of conflict of interest. Councillor John McAleer. Lane, did you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, so Chair, just with respect to one of the investments for the UPI Medical School, I'll declare a conflict on that and step out if that becomes a discussion topic.
Okay. I don't think grants are going to be discussed tonight. Okay. Just one second. Is that, but you were in conflict if it did come up? Yeah. Councillor, let me get through the declarations of conflict of interest. None. Approval of agenda. Councillor Twill.
Yeah. I guess we're not going to discuss the grants tonight, but I think it's important for council to have a discussion about city programming, city responsibilities, new initiatives being brought forward by the respective departments, and how that lines up. I know the department's struggling, trying to meet their targets, being pushed back by directors, saying, cut, try to do more with less. Yet at the same time, we have all these outside agencies, and I respect every one of them. They do good work in our community. But what's my concern is that, we'll go to the city of Charlottetown and we'll ask for, could be $2 million, could be $100,000, $500,000, whatever the case may be. I think council has to have a philosophical discussion as to what our true responsibility is, how we stay in our own lane, and
okay, Councillor Wheelhouse.
I understand. I'll get to it.
But is that adding to the agenda, or is that just
no? It's a point of information, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so why don't we wait till we get to the budget itself?
No, I know, but I thought it was important.
We'll do it then.
I thought it was important.
Yeah.
Why can't I bring it up now?
Because it says under discussion item 25-26 draft operational budget review. Then you can ask the question to, well, I'm going to refer to Councillor Bernard as the interim chair because Councillor McAleer can't do it. So then you can bring all that up and that can be documented under the agenda. Under the agenda, it's just to say, do you want to add something to the agenda? No. Under review, you'll be given that opportunity. Good with the, are we good with the agenda?
Yes.
Good. Moved by Deputy, second by Councillor Matard. All in favor? Councillor McAleer, yay? Okay. Councillor McCabe?
In favor.
Councillor Drawn?
In favor.
Councillor McAleer? Okay, we're moving on. Okay.
In favor.
Okay. Do you? Councillor McAleer, I know,
Yes?
just put when you're not speaking, just put it on mute, but just when you want to speak, on mute.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
So CAO, Sue, well, I guess we're going to get the Councilor Bernard to start the process?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I need motion to move into I don't have this on my agenda, sorry. So it's motion to move into a closed session, closed session as per the Municipal Government Act of Prince Edward Island, Section 119, 1E. Moved by the deputy, second by Councilor Ramsey. All those in favor? Councilor McAleer,
In favor?
Councilor Drawn,
In favor?
and Councilor McCabe.
In favor.
Okay. We're in closed session. Kevin? Our open agenda. Open meeting, land acknowledgement, did that, call to order? Okay, discussion item 2025-2026 draft operational budget review. Councilor Bernard,
Thank you, Your
take
Worship.
her away.
I'll start off anyway. Just to give you a little background information. So, as of Friday, when Finance last met, we were looking at 2.1 million coming from the province this year, 2.1 million next year. Through the accounting from both levels of government, it comes out that this year we'll be getting 1.8 million. Next year is 2.1 million. So on Friday, we had projected 2.1, so we had to find money to balance off that 300,000. So did everybody get this sheet, Lane? No.
Please.
So Lane's going to pass out a sheet to us.
And can you explain what this information is? Just can you explain what this you're going to explain it?
Yep, I will once I get it.
Yeah. What about Councillor McAleer and Councillor, can you guys email that to him?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor McAleer and Councillor Drawn, this update is going to be emailed to you. Just look in your inbox, please.
So,
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
Will, thank you.
So, management had met with all the managers. The directors met with all the managers. So you recall during the month, we had asked staff to cut 3%, look to cut another 5%, and then look at a further 5%, which we did not implement into the budget. So when the directors and CAO met with managers, they were looking for possible cuts that we could find to get that 300,000, get us back to a balanced budget. So that sheet you have in front of you, of these recommendations, the third one down, Islander grant reduction, there was 25,000 taken there. There was 25,000 taken from studies and reports. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th line item down. The 8th line item, 30,000 intergovernmental special projects. And then street patching materials, there was 25% reduction that committed to 175. And protective services, no cuts there, it's just delay in hiring. The hiring's going to occur a month later than projected. So that saved that money, which gave us enough to put us back in a surplus situation with a balanced budget. And the surplus right now is $233,000. Surplus with no tax increases. Also, no new initiatives have been factored into that. So as we stand right now, we have a balanced budget with the city. And again, no property tax increase. And right now, there's no new initiatives. I shouldn't say that. There's 233,000 you could put towards new initiatives if council wishes. If they need more money for new initiatives, there was other possible recommendations here. You'll see under the second, in the middle of the page, the second paragraph, to increase sport fields rentals or parking meter ticket revenue, parking meter revenue, record checks revenue. Those are also possible if council wants to implement them. Those are possible revenue increases. If you felt that you needed more money for any new initiatives. So that would be, those are council decisions. So right now, as I said, we have a $233,000 surplus by taking out those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items. And I think we were going to have staff go through the budget. So I think with each department, if there's any questions you have, just flag it, and the managers can answer that question for you. Then we'll go through the budget, and if there's any questions or other, we'll do our best to answer them. And then at the end of that budget cycle, we can discuss what you want to do, if anything, with new initiatives. Any questions on that?
Yeah. Can I just go with Councillor Twill now? You want to raise that issue under, just 1 second.
Okay.
Hold on, sir. And then Deputy Mayor Yankoff. Go ahead, sir.
Every year, it seems that we're experiencing more requests from outside agencies. And as I said, I respect every one of these agencies and the work they do in our community. But I find that we're put in a straitjacket here, trying to make decisions on new initiatives that are truly required by the different departments. it's no secret, our city's growing. There's a demand in all of our departments, whether it's the police department, the fire department, Parks and Recreation, Public Works. These services are indispensable to, the city moving forward, whether it's paving streets, installing new sidewalks, sports field development, adding police officers, apparatus, whatever the case may be. And we go through this process year after year after year. Population is increasing, demands are getting greater, and yet we're entertaining funding requests from outside agencies. And from a philosophical point of view, I think we need, we can talk about establishing a new policy, a new procedure, a new process. I think we have to have a general discussion. I'm not saying we get into it here tonight because we're dealing with the operational budget, but I believe we need to, as the capital city, we need to look at, outside funding requests versus the essential basic services that we're required to present our residents in the different neighborhoods and different communities. That time has now come. In fact, that train has left the station. And when you hear, for example, on the news, I'll just use as an example, the request for $2 million for the medical school, and the president of the university, to her credit, I appreciated her candor when she said, or the reporter said, the staff is not recommending $2 million for the medical school. And she says, that's no, I'm paraphrasing. Look, we've exceeded our fundraising targets. So I don't know how we get ourselves in these situations to begin with. And again, all these different funding requests, and if you look over the years, it starts out with $25,000, $50,000, $75,000, and in some cases, it's even up around $500,000. And we've got to put the brakes on here. And we've got to say to these outside agencies, or first of all, internally, we as a council and administration, we have to say, you know what, folks, we've got to do what we need to do. And we've got to stay in our own lane, and we got to provide those services, and we got to do it on an annual basis, because whether we like it or not, we can nickel and dime all day long, and appreciate the work that you did, Councilor, going down to the Premier's office, but, here we are trying to find dollars and cents, and yet we're entertaining these big ticket items for outside agencies. And again, I respect every one of them and the work that they do, but we have to determine, what are we really responsible for? What are we here to provide? We're not the Bank of Canada. So we've got to make a philosophical decision, and we've got to send a message out that this is what we need to do. Because like we get through this every year, but the demand is greater from, it could be a sporting group, it could be senior citizens talking about, my street's not paved, I don't feel safe walking down the sidewalks. All these different services that we're truly responsible for. We are a full-service community. We're the only full-service community in this province. And therefore, we've got to take a serious look at this, and we've got to come to a decision collectively and say that from here on in, this is what we're going to do. We've got to provide those essential services to our residents. Thank you.
Deputy?
Thank you,
Okay,
Councillor Twill. And don't disagree. The only thing I will say is, anytime someone comes to the city with a request, it's not one person that can say yes or no. That's why what you talked about with the medical center is not part of our budget. So any grants come, and we usually, council will have a discussion on that, and whether the money's there or not there is up to council. But I don't disagree that, we haven't had tax increase in 25 years, and that's great. We've been living within our means, and I hope we continue to live within our means. We have our assessments go up every year, and we have new housing stocks coming on all the time, so we've been able to live within our means. It is getting tighter, and so I agree. I know there's more and more demands coming on us all the time. That's why each one has to be looked at by council, and that's one that will be looked at by council. So no decision, there hasn't been any discussion in finance on it, only that it goes to council and for council discussion. Thank you.
Deputy, and then Councillor Twill.
Yeah, thank you. Just two things. One, first of all, this document that we received just a few minutes ago, this is just a look at, discuss, this is something council can discuss later. This is not reflective of what we're looking at on page 7 of our budget document. These are just could-haves, maybes that we could discuss later. Is that correct, Councillor Bernard?
Yeah, so what that sheet is, so the ones I highlighted to you is what we've taken out of that to balance the budget. And these are recommendations from the directors and the managers of the possibilities if you want to look at that. So right now, we're in a balanced budget, but if council collectively said, well, I want this in new initiative, or I want that in new initiative, and there's no money, then that's where the money would have to come from. Those are recommendations of where possibly money could come from. But you're talking about increasing revenue in some different areas.
Yep.
So, so that's just being transparent, just letting you know where it's coming from.
Are you clear, like, are you referring to the
I'm
last section?
clear with that.
Yeah, in the last,
Yeah,
on the
like-
last section, are those in, those new initiatives? Is that what you're asking?
There's no new initiatives
Okay.
in, there really haven't been
The
discussed.
budget we have right now is with a surplus of 200.
233,000. But we did, in all fairness to staff, our last finance meeting, we did ask to get staff to get together, and if there was new initiatives, could you put it in our priority list for us? So that's something that.
Right. I just have a
the-
follow-up.
The management team had looked at and felt that that was a priority listing anyway. So if money was to come free, you could look at those.
Okay, thank you for that. And just in response to Councillor Twill, so if I'm hearing him correctly, and as a collective group, our operational budget is based on a full service city and the needs for us to operate as a full-service city, and there are no new initiatives in our operational budget or no grants for communities in this budget until we figure out what we can do as a city first and actually make ends meet with the things that we're supposed to do, which is parks and recreation, roads, sidewalks. Am I hearing that correctly?
Well, there is money in for grants. We never discussed grants, but there's money in the budget for grants. But council will discuss grants, so there's a dollar amount in the budget for grants.
But I think what I'm hearing correctly from Councillor Twill is that he's looking for a little more open dialogue around a reset, and let's look after the responsibilities of the city as municipality first. If
So
I'm
that-
hearing him correctly, that's what he's saying as a reset. I'm just trying to get the clarification on that one.
Well, you know what, that'll occur whenever we have our discussion on grants. So whatever council wants to do, if they want, because like I said, there's money in the budget, and if council doesn't want to do those grants, put that money back into operation if they can. And if they want to put more money into it, they're going to have to find where that more money's going to come from.
Can you
Answer your question?
Okay. Councillor Twill.
You know, I know what you're saying about we can look at grants and then do an evaluation of them individually, and we can cherry pick. I'm looking more from a philosophical perspective. You know, outside funding requests versus the essential services that we're required to provide our residents. And if we don't do things incrementally, then down the road, we're going to be in big trouble, whether it's public works, whether it's police, fire, water and sewer, planning, any one of those departments. So I personally don't want to get into saying, well, we're going to give this group 25,000, but we're not going to give the next group 25,000. In my mind, that's cherry picking. I want to look at it from a philosophical point of view as to what we're truly responsible for. I'll reiterate what I said earlier. We are a full-service community, and the demand on this municipality is getting greater and greater and greater. There's more people living here. There's more demands on our essential services. Our infrastructure, we've got a lot of work to do on our infrastructure, and we're not even halfway there. So I think we need to look at where we want to go as a municipality before we start looking at whether or not we can give this group 25,000 or that group 75,000 or this group 200,000. That's really and truly, that's not our responsibility. And I appreciate all the work that these groups do. They do excellent work in our community. You know, they can do fundraising, they can choose other methods to raise funds. We can't keep saying to our staff, go back and cut. We can't have people out cutting the sports fields, cutting the grass in the sports fields, or Public Works can't hire the people that they need. I find it not only a tedious exercise, but I find it counterproductive, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I
Thank you very
find
much.
it counterproductive, I really do.
This discussion is essential in any budget presentation and deliberation, so this is part of the process. You've been around since 1995. It hasn't changed, but I think it's a very open, transparent, and accountable process. Councillor Bernard.
Yeah, I was just going to answer Councilor Friel. I mean, that's why all the grants go to council. And, I mean, each one's discussed, and I mean, you're talking about, like, the Boys and Girls Club, Meals on Wheels, Pat and the Elephant, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, there's a whole list of grants there. And we go
Blooming
through it
House.
every year. And, I mean, if council decides that they don't want to do them, they have that option to say no. So, and anytime, like I said earlier, anytime a new one comes, then it's up to council to make that decision. So, this is the same process we followed for years.
Yeah, Councillor
And you
Quillen.
know what, if there's no new grants, then so be it, there probably won't be. But that's up to council, and that's why we go through this every year. If there's grants here that you think should be subtracted, or council thinks they should be subtracted, they can. And there's grants here that there's certain amounts that are asked, and they'll add on to that, they'll say we need some
Yeah,
more.
okay.
So those are council decisions.
Okay, so the grants are on page what in the document? And I think you budgeted 400,000. We haven't designated them yet, right?
So currently, with the budget document, the grants are spread out in a number of departments in a number of different areas. They're in finance, they're in economic development, they're in parks and recreation. Planning. So we did prepare a summary listing for Finance Committee that met last week, which we would like to share with council at some stage.
Yeah.
What, as a procedurally, if council determined that they wanted to look at all of the grants before any of them kind of got approved, you could approve the budget subject to a review of all the operating grants, and then come back and meet again on the grants piece, in order to get the budget approved, but yet still give yourself the room to do that kind of evaluation, Councillor Tweel. So that is something that you might want to consider.
Councillor Bernard, but in the grants, everything, including the $400,000 going out to these organizations that you mentioned, Boys and Girls Club, Blooming House, and so forth, all these grants are part of this budget that has the $213,000 surplus, correct?
There's 400,000 in for grants, right? now.
Yeah, but that's all part of it, right? So what we've done in the past, correct me if I'm wrong, we passed the budget, and we'd come back to council and look at those grants, correct?
Yep.
That's what we've done. So we're just passing the 400,000 that's there, and then we come back as a council. Go ahead there, Councilor Bernard, sorry.
But I will say, at one time when we were looking for cuts, there was a recommendation to cut the grants off to 60%. So now that the budget's balanced, a lot of these things that were projected to be cut are back in the budget. For example, snow removal was 3.6 million. We spent 4 million last year. 500,000 was put back in there. So there's other monies that once we got into positive territory, we were able to put some things back into the budget. So the grants, it's 400,000. That's what it was last year. So just to let you know how tight things were getting, that there was a lot of proposals, a lot of areas of cutting, had we not got extra money. Okay. So, but again, right now we're at the 233,000 in positive territory with no property tax increase.
So Councillor Beck, Battert, and then Tweel.
Yeah, I'm just not quite sure how I'm seeing the 123. How did we get to 230? How did we get to 233? I'm seeing on this sheet, and I saw in our budget sheet, it was on the, on our ledger, it was 123, but you keep referencing 233.
If you go to page 7. It says, go ahead, go
All
ahead,
right.
go
All
ahead.
right. Counselor Beck, the 123 was Friday, when we thought we were getting 2.1 from the government. We already had 300,000 in there as increased revenue in assessment, so it's actually 1.8 this year we're getting, so then that took us back into a deficit. So then, that sheet that I gave you, so the third one down, Islander grant reduction as per contract, see the 25,000? So
Yeah.
that was cut.
You listed 5 items there.
Right, so the
Yeah.
154 at the bottom, the 175, 4 up from that, the 30
Yeah.
and the 25, the 25 gave us our surplus of 233.
Oh, okay. So once you took those out,
Yes.
that
those-
changed the,
Bottom
with all the other ins and outs, okay.
That's correct.
So what's that new figure then, again?
What is it?
233,000.
233
And change.
and change, okay. All right, so if I understand it correctly again, on this sheet, if we wanted to, we have new initiatives are listed at roughly 1.3. And if we wanted to, the new initiatives are going to be addressed as the year goes on or later on at a later time. Am I understanding that correctly?
Usually what we'll-
Potentially?
A lot of times what we'll do, Councilor Beck, is once the budget's approved, so if everybody wants to go through each department, if they have any questions on any line items, they can ask that. And then once that's done and council agrees, and we're at the 233, if they want to look at new initiatives, because that's 230,000 is there. So if you look at the proposed new initiatives, you'll see that the staff put them in a priority sequence. So the public transit service expansion was one, if council wants to consider it, it's $100,000. So then your surplus will go from 233 to 133.
Right.
And that would be continuing on for the year. So that's the idea of it.
So is that middle box that you have there with the mitigation revenue increases, that's where we could potentially offset some of these costs if we increase sport rental fees by 50%?
That would increase your revenues.
Right.
Yes. So if you wanted to do more new initiatives, that's a possibility of where funding revenue could come from.
Okay,
So that would be on top of the 233,000 that you have now.
right, okay.
Okay?
So when we're looking at these new initiatives, are we talking about them at any point tonight here?
Well, let's see how the night goes with the budget and getting the budget passed.
Yeah,
So the idea right now would be to go through each department. If you have a question on that department, you can ask it. I don't think we need to go through every line because
No.
everybody's had the budget for a while. So if you have a question, ask it, and the proper person can answer that for you. And we'll go through all the departments. Once that's done, we'll see where we are, and then we can, because, when you go through those departments, if somebody has any questions and they want more money added to a certain line item and the council agrees, and that would take off the 233. So we'll see where we are at the end. My goal tonight would be to get the budget, that everybody's happy with the budget, that we're in a positive territory. And we can move ahead.
good.
Good. Key point here is that it needs to be balanced. We're not like the province and the feds where we can have a deficit. Right, Councillor Twill? Go ahead, Councillor Twill.
No,
I
go
know.
ahead, go ahead.
No, you go, Councillor Twill, because he'll follow right behind you.
Look, I don't want to belabor the point. I said what I had to say. I will ask that our senior staff look at what other jurisdictions do when it comes to outside funding requests. We're a full-service community. We've got to do more for our residents, and we can't keep cutting back because there's an old saying, you can pay me now or you can pay me later. So I
And I think, Councilor Twill, as you see when we go through the budget tonight, I don't know if you had a chance to read all the detail, but I think if we go through the budget tonight, we have a good budget. We're not cutting a lot of things. A lot of stuff was put back in. It's a good budget. Okay.
I just
Councillor
wanted,
Tat, Ward
it
two.
is following up on Councillor Tweel's points. So with the 400,000 grant budget that's in there, that is what is getting us, that's included, which we still have a 233 surplus. But I think the point of what he's trying to make is the fact that, we are earmarking that grant money for potential grants, whatever that might be, and whoever falls in there, as an offering. But however, what I'm hearing here, and just using the grants as an example, is we have a list of proposed new initiatives that we can't move on, essentially. We have a little bit of wiggle room. We have $233,000 to maybe, like you said, do line item 1 and 2, and that pretty much ends it. Or we go to the middle section of that sheet, which says we'll increase this rental and that rental and get some more fees. However, we have $400,000 that we are putting out there for potentially use to service grants that are coming to the city, but we're not delivering services, much-needed services in this new initiative list as a result of that. So, I think we keep talking about, we've always had this grant thing, we've always had that. I can appreciate that, and I'll echo what Councillor Tweel said. I mean, these programs and people who are coming are offering great services in the city of Charlottetown. That's not the question here. The thing is are we cutting ourselves short internally first before we are servicing others in the community, in the sense of from those partnerships we have?
Yeah,
I think
and-
that's the whole message of what you were trying to get at, and I think we just keep saying, well, it's in the budget and but we know it's in the budget. That's probably the point. It's in the budget and it's earmarked for 400,000. Should we be saying, well, we're gonna lean out and we might be going down to a $100,000 grant budget for a year, and there won't be very many people benefiting from it, but,
Well, I will say this, you along with others agreed with this last year.
yeah.
It's the same, it's a lot of the same groups, and it's the same money. So if council wants to take that money out, that's council prerogative. So that nothing's changed here from
No, I
last year.
realize
These are basically the same ones, Meals on Wheels,
Have been for
Boys and Girls
years.
Club, Seniors Active Living, Blooming House. That's up,
Hospice,
for-
PEI.
Well, so that's up to council.
No, I realize.
So,
I realize.
if you want to take money out of that and put it into operational, that's council prerogative. But these were on here last year and they were approved.
Yeah.
And they were approved by everybody in this room.
Big Brothers, Big Sisters, Blooming House,
Yeah,
QEH Foundation,
yeah, we know all
Meals
we know all
Meals
the
on
ones.
the
Yeah, we
Wheels,
support
Meals
them.
on Wheels.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to get the clarification as to what we're saying there, and then so we understand that that's in the budget, it's part of that.
It's in the budget. The number amount, I mean, it's up to
Yeah, the
council what
number,
they want to spend.
yeah.
But that number amount is in the
number's
budget.
there, it's factored in there. Okay, I just wanted some clarification just to make sure that we're all on the same page on that.
Okay. You want to say something there?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I did refer to the comprehensive grant listing that we presented at Finance last week. I was wrong. It is included in your package tonight. It's at page 61, and it's a comprehensive list, including the community grants of 400,000, which is one of the first sections there, but I think it's the second section, but this is a comprehensive list if you wanted to refer to it later.
So, and also included that, just not to confuse everybody, the first part of that on page 61 is a lot of the taxes in lieu, whether it's the airport or Kerry or Confederation, the Civic Center, Charlottetown Yacht Club, Kerry, Airport Authority. Those are taxes in lieu.
But there's a list of economic development, there's a whole, it's quite
There
an
is, there
expense.
is, yeah.
And it's all accounted for in the budget, for this budget.
Yeah.
Good.
But anyway, we usually,
What's that?
That's provided they're all coming back to that same amount.
Well, that's what they're.
That's right.
That's what
Yeah.
they applied for. That's.
Oh, they've already done it.
Those, Lane, and, or maybe Council Bernard, there was a date that these had to be in by.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. that's
November?
that column there, yeah, it's right there, yeah.
Was that right?
Yes, for the community grants, there was a deadline of November 30th. So as of that date, I think we had 478,000 plus the ask from the Faculty of Medicine, and we have a budget there of 400,000.
Council Ramsey from Ward 5.
Thank you, and just a comment is just through all my years of being here, too, 11 years, wherever it was, 12 years, we always went over the budget, we approved the budget with the grant money already in there, and then after that, we went down that road and we looked at the grants. So, if we figured 400,000, once this is approved, which I hope it is, you know, and then we'll sit down some other time and say, okay, here's are the grants. That's the way we always did it. Here we are, we're spending about half an hour on this, on the grant thing, which I think it's, I don't know, I don't understand it.
No, you're right. That's what we do, and that's what we've said. We want to get the budget approved tonight. The grant is usually another night in itself. There may be some new initiatives we talk about after the budget, but the grant's another night for itself. But,
Press your button.
yeah.
Councilor Ramsey, thank you. Councilor Twill.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at individual grants. I want to be clear. I was just looking at the whole premise behind, you know, funding these outside organizations. Like, I'll say it again, they all do great work in our community. But how do you balance that with the services that we provide? And, you know, senior staff are asking the different departments to come back with a leaner budget, you know, go back and cut, see where you can do this and where you can do that. And the day of reckoning's coming, folks, because the city's growing, the population's growing, development's growing, the demand is greater. People are looking for more parks, more police officers, more drug busts, you name it. The residents are demanding it. So you can't keep saying to the residents, well, here's what we're taking in, but we can't give you the service. Again, it's nothing against these organizations. Look, I respect every one of them. From a philosophical point of view, I'm asking our senior administration to look at, you know, what's the best methodology, what are the best options, and do a jurisdictional scan. Thank you.
Councilor
Your Worship,
Bernard.
Your Worship, on the grants, I think that'll be another conversation. I wouldn't mind getting going on the budget here.
Okay,
And as
can
far
I
as,
just-
as far
can
as
I-
cuts,
There's just a
I think
question.
one-
Councilor McCabe sent me a text. Can she ask a question?
Sure.
I have a question.
Councilor
too.
McCabe?
Thank you, Your Worship. I tend to agree, and Councillor Bernard, I know what you're saying, that this is kind of a separate conversation, but I have to tend to agree with Councillor Twill on this, in that we're looking ahead and we're seeing potential new initiatives that are required for our service. We're hearing from our departments that these are required for them to deliver their services effectively, but we're going to keep $400,000 in a grant budget when it's kind of a question of, are we going to take that money, invest back into what we're trying to do as our municipality for full service?
Yeah.
Sorry. Or do we, like, you know, how do we do that? So I'm understanding what Councillor Twill's saying with this, and I don't disagree when we're kind of up against the wall and doing our best to come out on top. So I just wanted to make that comment.
No, fair. The only thing I'll say is let's go through the budget and we'll see, because you know, it's making it sound like, you know, we've made all kinds of cuts and there's not going to be any police officers and so on, which I know there's on the docket here for 12 officers to come on. So I think, you know what, let's go through the budget, see where we are. I mean, if council wants to cut money out of the 400,000 that's there for grants, as I said earlier, that's their prerogative. But I think once we go through the budget, I think people may have a little different feeling, because I think the budget's a pretty good budget. So let's go through it and see where we are.
Yeah. And again, just to qualify for that, we can't say we look at this in a holistic way, because each of those grants are itemized.
Yep,
Seniors Active Living Center.
yep.
Boys and Girls Club. We don't do Meals on Wheels. QEH Foundation. They're all right there, big brothers and big sisters.
But we'll
So
talk
they're
about
individualized.
that on grant night, but that can be discussed for that.
So where do you want to go? What, do you want to start right at the top?
Yep,
Oh,
Yeah.
You go ahead there, Deputy. Sorry about that.
And thank you, Councillor Bernard, Acting Chair for Finance. I agree with you. It's time to move on the operational budget. But I can't help but just quickly circle back. When we look at the grants, and I know we're not looking at them tonight, but they far exceed a 400,000 budget item. We have a whole other 2 pages of grants that are still there. And I think what Councillor Twill is referring to when he refers to it as a philosophical discussion is that, and then when Councillor Ramsey said, oh, if it's not broke, let's not fix it. But it is broken, and we do need to fix it. And that is a separate conversation than this operational budget. But we have a whole bunch of grants, and we have a whole bigger discussion that probably does have to happen, because we are in different times now, and we do have to look at the services that the city and that we're responsible to do have to be addressed too. So, with respect to process tonight, absolutely, we have a great budget, but we do have a lot of grants that we do need to have a larger holistic conversation with going forward, because we do have a broken system, so.
Well, and I will say, that, there's $400,000 budgeted for grants, there's $478,000 in asks, the same as last year. A lot of these grants that the mayor just mentioned, that everybody approved them last year. If you want to change this year, that's council's prerogative. But, there's, there's a list there, and there's always some new asks that come in. So that's and we've had that in the past, where we've dropped some grants and added some new ones, what have you.
Okay. Start her off.
But yeah, that would be for the night we talk about grants.
Okay, you ready?
So,
do you
yeah,
wanna start?
you start at the top. I think the first one is I believe, just in second, environment,
just go over revenue?
sustainability, maybe? Yep, yep. No, we're not. So like I said earlier, I mean, we'll start off the top here with environment sustainability. If anybody's any questions in that, Lane will do his best to answer. Or Lane, you have the managers here.
Go to page 1. Lane, do you want to go to revenue?
Page,
Or do you want to go to expenses? What do you want to start at?
page 8, environment sustainability and transit environment.
Is that the first one?
That's the first one on my list here, after the revenues, yep. Or you have city government, actually.
And strategic
City government would be
priorities.
the first one, sorry.
there it is.
Page 8,
That's your first item for expenses.
city government and strategic priorities.
Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just before we dive in to each individual department, I just want to provide council with a little bit of a word of caution, just to be aware that currently we're kind of using the buffer of the previous year's surplus to soften or give us a little more room to spend in the current fiscal year. Last year, we predicted a surplus of 5.8 million. This year, we're in around 4.6 million. Next year, it might be smaller. So as we progress and we become better budgeters, we're going to have less flexibility relying on last year's surplus to allow for current year spending. So as you're, making choices, I think it's important just to remember that, as we become more accurate budgeters, we're going to lose that security blanket and buffer that we get from the previous year's surplus. So just to be aware of that in the broader context of looking at, our spending and priorities, to Councillor Tweel's point. I just wanted to provide that context before we dive into the nitty-gritty.
But could I just add, we got a budget surplus, and we're projecting a $2.6 million increase in property tax revenue because of, as Councillor Tweel and others have said, more development means more tax dollars. So that's adding to it. Okay? Page 8? 8. Let's go to 8. City government and strategic priorities.
Department.
You ready to go, Lane? Okay, go ahead.
So, city government strategic priorities, is there any questions on that?
Go ahead. That's it. Councillor Picard, go ahead.
Councillor Bernard or whoever. So just so we zone in, so we're looking at the red, right? We're saying basically we're taking 60,000 out of that particular budget? Is that how where we want to zone in on, in a sense?
Under mitigation.
Under the mitigation? Is that kind of where do we focus on?
Those in the red are already out,
They're already.
out, yeah.
So that's what resulted in getting the 233 ultimately? Okay. So if we want more, if we have a debate as to something coming out, that's what we want to talk about? Okay.
Yep, exactly, yeah.
Okay. Or the new initiatives, okay. So can I ask another question? Do these line up to page way down below in section, I guess it start on page 22 possibly, where it's itemized by each line item that shows an amount that was the cost and the recommendation to either recommend to move it or not move it? Is that how you line that back to that?
Down in the, below the budget,
Page 22.
yeah.
Go to
yeah.
22.
You'll see on the side where there was a recommendation. So these were some recommendations from managers, and when senior management met, they either not recommended it or recommended it.
Yeah.
You'll see on the second last box to the right,
Yeah. So,
and you'll see the amounts on the very right-hand side.
Councillor Matard, is your question, is that where we took the money from, based on those?
yeah,
that
yeah. So I
Could
just
you
want to
clarify that, please?
Connect the dots here from.
Yeah.
Yes,
Actually,
okay.
That's
one said,
confusing.
Like
I'm sorry.
remove print for annual report or something, $5,000. So where do I see that here when I'm looking under strategic priorities or wherever that came from? Do you know what I mean? I just want to make, like,
But are we doing that?
I don't want to
that-
get that detail all the way down, but I might have a question on a certain one. I just want to keep referring
No,
back
that's what I'm
to
trying
it.
to ask. All those cuts that are on that page, is it 27?
So in the red, Councillor Matard, is what has come out.
Already.
The one you're looking at down farther in the blue, those were all recommended from management team.
And they're reflected up and above there.
So the ones that said, the ones that come out are already in the red out.
Okay.
Sue,
what
that's
my
correct?
question-
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my question. No? Okay, I need to clarify that if we can, please. Try to follow, it's hard to connect the dots here.
Dan, can you clarify that?
Sure, yes. So the list on page 22, there were only, to come to the $233,000 surplus, there were only a handful of that list of reductions that were included in there.
Right.
So that was the Islander grant reduction, which was part of the contract. That shouldn't be a surprise to them, that's $25,000. Studies and reports budget in city government, $25,000.
That was what we gave them in this first list.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the five I already gave you.
Okay.
The $30,000 in intergovernmental special projects, street patching materials, $175,000, and the delay in hiring of $154,000. So there was, in round numbers, what was the total there? 409. And the list that was recommended by senior management was about 1.275, I believe. So the difference between that 409 and the 1.275 is not included in the budget document that you're looking at in the red and black. The other thing I just wanted to clarify, if you went to page 8, I think we were looking at city government. So the budget change, the column which has 177,000 on it, that is what was put forward initially by the department heads for their budget, the change that they needed to their budget to move forward. Most had a large number for under salaries and benefits, and that is because of contract increases, negotiated contract settlements, and so on. The mitigation column consists of a process that we went back to department heads and asked them to provide another 5% reduction. Or sorry, was it 3%, Lane, or 5?
Three.
Three, for the first go-round. So those were asked for as an attempt to get us closer to a balanced budget. So those are included in that 233. What's not included in that 233 are any of the other mitigating items that were on that list of recommended 1.275.
The sheet that you received. Okay. Do you know what, Councillor Bernard, I know why it's confusing, because this is the kind of discussion we had at the Finance Committee. So the mitigation is already been removed, right? Because if you look, 400,000 minus 30,370, so we know it's already removed. Yeah, yeah. And how does that correlate to the list on page 27?
Yeah, so the list on page 20 is 1.275 million. Only 409 have been included in getting to that number of $233,000 surplus.
You get that?
It's a fact, but it just confuses everybody.
Yeah, so I would just leave that page 27 out, because we didn't really refer to it. Oh, Councillor Twill, sorry, go ahead there,
All
Councillor
right,
Twill,
you know,
from Ward 4.
he's got his boundaries right, doesn't he? Street patching materials, 25% reduction, 175,000. We have two street patching crews in Public Works. They work in a bare bones operation. To cut 175,000, they really don't have a whole lot to work with to begin with. You know, they do an excellent job, and, you know, that's an essential service, that's a core service.
Yeah, there's 700,000 in the budget, and the manager recommend that he could cut 25% and still not really affect the work they do.
For the street patching crew?
Yep,
How much is in the budget
700,000.
for the street patching crew?
Yes.
All right. Okay, a lot of potholes in this city. Just drive all around them. We get more potholes, more holes there than there is in Swiss cheese.
You should start walking. Okay, you should start walking, Councilor Bernard. Any more? Do you want to keep going? Yeah, okay. Can we go to page 9? Good. Page 9.
So I'll just keep going down through the departments if they have no
Thank you.
questions, or if they do.
Page 9.
So,
Any questions?
so city government strategic priorities, is there any more questions on that? Everybody good? Okay, so we'll go to environment, sustainability, and transit.
Communications was the tail end of
Oh, sorry, yes, yeah. Well, that's under, is that not under city government strategic priorities?
It's under
Communications part of that
strategic
department?
Yeah. There's no mitigations here, same budget.
Okay, everybody good? Environment, sustainability, and transit.
Okay. Okay, Councilor Twill, hold on, Councilor Twill. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so the question I have is,
Yeah.
not sure if it's in here, in this proposed operational budget. I don't know if this is appropriate here, but can I get an update as to where we're at with transit and the negotiations and discussions that are taking place? Because that does impact our budget from an operational perspective. And I'm wondering, you know, I guess the appropriate wording was the 8 parameters. Where are we at with the discussions with the service provider? Are we any closer to having that concluded and resolved?
Would that be part of the budget, Mr. Chair?
I would think so.
Well, Sue, is that part of the budget, or did you want to address that?
Your Worship, to answer Councillor Tweel's question, we are in the midst of negotiations. We've been working through the CATCC group for several weeks now with the provider. We don't have numbers that would need to be reflected in the budget at this point in time. Most of the numbers you've already addressed through capital, but certainly under new initiatives, we have requests to do transit expansion. So that is not, to answer that question operationally, that's not in the budget at this point in time. It's under new initiatives.
That's the 100,000 that's under new initiatives. It's the first one in the priority list.
Did you want to add that? Yeah. Hold on.
Thank you, CAO Sue. I just want to, and you said, you know, negotiations are ongoing. Do we have a timeline when they're going to be concluded?
We are anticipating that we should be able to wrap it up after maybe another half a dozen sessions. We're going through the transit agreement and trying to delineate roles and responsibilities right now, but we're making really good progress. So I anticipate that by sometime before summertime, we should have something signed off on that we can bring back to council.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I do. Just, Councilor Bernard, again, just in following along, when we look at the management, when we look at, just using as an example, under environment sustainability, under projects, there's a budget change of 229,950. And then, of course, they might have went back and trimmed that down by taking off $7,600, but still looking for a budget of 808,150, correct? I'm reading it correctly in that sense.
You are, yeah.
So I guess what's throwing me for this one is projects, an additional projects at 229,000, what would that, and I guess to the chair, what would that entail? You heard the chair, or no, I guess
Well,
Councilor McKay.
Actually, Jessica could probably answer
Oh,
that.
Jessica's here, sorry.
she's here.
Sorry, Jessica, I didn't see you there. Jessica, on that, are those outside of like capital projects, or like are those operational projects? What would that really entail to need another 229,000?
Sure, thank you through the chair. So it is not capital projects, it's
No, I know it's
specific
not.
to operational. And so our projects are all encompassing from transit delivery to climate action to waste reduction to energy efficiency programs, better homes programs, like active transportation work that we do to educate and engage people, rooted in art, business tree challenge, gardening in small spaces, natural asset management, a lot of our forestry work. A big bulk increase in projects is around Fiona response, and we have a good chunk of funding coming to support that, but also additional funds requested. If you, I don't know how I could get you a better breakdown.
No,
but
no,
that's-
I'm not, I wasn't necessarily looking, I mean, thank you for the explanation. I knew it wasn't capital, but I was wondering like what type of projects it was. So you've certainly identified those. So this leads me to believe that there are, you obviously are foreseeing some new projects this coming fiscal period to the tune of $229,000. Okay, I'm just, like I say, trying to follow on. Might jump in where we see some big numbers and just want to get some clarity on
good.
some of the big numbers.
I think
That's
it
not
might
a
include the
small
bike
increase
share.
by any means. What's
I
that?
think it might include the bike share. Is that the bike share too, in that new project? I think it was operational.
The bike share was put forward as
Capital
capital, but
and
then it was
operational.
requested to be split between capital and operational.
So is that caught
So
in
some
there?
of that would be under there, yes.
Okay, so our assets of the bikes would be capitalized or whatever. Okay,
We
that's fine.
capitalized
Yeah.
the bicycle. I think there was
And then the
operational that
program
we had to-
itself, yeah.
We couldn't.
Okay, thank
Correct,
you,
sir?
Jessica.
Go ahead.
Have questions like that? Yeah, don't be afraid to answer them. Don't be afraid to ask them, yep.
Councillor Bernard, I got a couple of questions. Julie wants to ask a question. Councillor McCabe?
Thank you. You had just made a point when you had said the new initiative that was in the end, should it be discussed now? So I'm wondering, is that a time that we bring that up, or do we wait till we get to the new initiative part?
Public transit service expansion?
Yes. Is that for now, or is that to wait?
Good question. What do you want to do? Want to deal with it now or leave it?
We usually balance the budget first and then see what money's left over, and then we look at new initiatives.
Can we, Councillor McCabe?
The only thing I have concern, I just want to point out that when we did switch from the electric buses to going back to Plan B, we kind of had already made a commitment that service would be expanded. So I just want to make sure that we don't forget about that. So as long as we're going to get the opportunity to look at that.
Yeah,
Just-
and under the new initiatives, at the end of, when we finish the budget cycle here, going through it and everybody's happy with it, we'll get into those two initiatives. So that'd be time to bring that up.
So the question is, just flag it, please.
Yeah, yeah.
Councillor McCabe?
But it is number one.
Yeah, thank you.
New initiatives, anyway.
Anything else?
I may be able to provide some additional information.
Go ahead, go right ahead.
Thanks.
Is that all right?
So just in the budget book, Jessica's budget book, there is a little bit of a breakdown of that additional 229,000 budget. So there's 155,000 that came from a Public Works budget there for, I think that's tree management, is it, Jessica? As well as 102,000 for Fiona replanting that is offset by partner funding. And that's the bulk of that increase, so just wanted to give you that background.
Is that part of our document or is that in her document?
That's in the interdepartmental, so it's
Oh,
the internal.
we don't have
document. We have a little more breakdown, so just to provide some background on what that increase is composed of.
Yeah, but just to clarify, it's not in our budget document. It's
Correct.
just in the interdepartmental. Okay. Anything else, dear Councillor Bernard?
Okay, any other questions on environment sustainability? We're all
Okay.
good? So we'll move off to
Page 10.
economic development, tourism, and culture.
And Laura Lee's here.
Laura Lee's here, yeah.
Yeah.
Any questions on that one, guys, girls? Any questions? Okay.
Jump down to
Off
11.
to, Finance, Audit, and Fiscal Services. Any questions on that?
Okay, Councillor Twill.
As you know, I've talked about the procurement bylaw. Is that bylaw going to be constructed in-house? Are we going outside? And when I say outside, engaging with an outside consultant, are we doing that in-house?
I think the CAO might be able to answer that.
I'll actually defer to our CFO
Oh,
because
sorry,
I'm
sorry.
pretty sure that it is being handled in-house.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, for the most part, it is being developed in-house, but we're using, we have hired Kent Thompson to do a little bit of a more in-depth review of some of the provisions that we're looking at having changes or having, where he's identified a list of 12 areas that are of concern or there are choices to be made in terms of what council's direction would be. So we want to bring those back to council for direction. There are a number of really good precedents across Canada for municipal procurement bylaws. So we're leaning heavily on those to come up with a good bylaw. There would be, of course, a review by legal of the draft bylaw once we have finished the consultation phase with council to make sure that all the provisions that you want to see in there are included. But we would probably wait for that legal review until we've finished framing it up.
Councillor Picard.
Thank you. To the co-chair, is it my safe assumption that online professional auditing services reducing by 225,000? Is that because the previous year we used that service more and we just don't anticipate using it any longer, or are we discontinuing an audit service?
Councillor Bernard.
Like, because we get it done annually, do we not? So I'm wondering, like, that's a drastic decrease, and just wondering, was there something we did more and above? Because we went to 377, I think, in last year's budget.
Please.
Yeah, no, good question. I'll leave that to Dan.
Sure. Thank you, Chair, and Councillor Matart. So we had a large budget in there last year for consulting fees, which were under audit, special projects. And the anticipation was that we would spend a significant sum of money to do a needs analysis to supplement the provincial funding discussions. The Federation of Municipalities undertook to do some of that work at a much reduced cost. So we only spent a small fraction of that, and we don't envision having to spend that moving forward. So that's why it's reduced.
Can I have a second question?
Go ahead, sir.
To the co-chair. Because I think this one's important. So on the interest on the long-term debt,
Yeah.
again, same thing. We looked at a budget change at 2.1 million, but we made a mitigation of 900,000. I think for the purpose of, our debt and understanding that better, is that like an interest rate better or something? Like what's driving, I guess, the increase and then the cutting that almost in half? But what's the rationale behind
Councillor Bernard,
that
just
expenditure?
deferred.
Well, I think last year it was budgeted at 3.9, and this year it's budgeted at 5.2.
But that's only because they've increased by 2.1 and then reduced by 930 to get to 520, right?
So I'll let
I'm just
Dan
wondering
answer
what the
that, but they-
rationale to get the,
I think they,
I'll give you part of an answer,
Yeah, okay.
Councillor Matart. So one of the things that we looked at more closely this year was the timing of when we expected to spend on capital projects. So for each of the large projects, we went back to the department heads and said, okay, we're going to build a turf field. When do we expect to actually spend the money on that turf field? So we factored the timing into that interest calculation. So that's where we made up that 931,000 to some degree. But I'll let Lane add anything if there's more.
No,
but to get to the 2.1, is that just based on our interest on that?
Well, it's the additional borrowing, so
Borrowing, yeah.
we've spent money on capital projects
Okay,
This-
so based on what we put
in the last
capital,
12 months
okay.
that we're now just paying for, so
Okay.
our interest costs go up as we incur more capital debt.
Right, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Bernard, go ahead. Councillor Twill, did you want to ask another question there on this?
Yeah,
Fiscal service?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Parkades, do we have do we have some kind of a review or synopsis on the longevity of the parkades? For example, we've entered into an agreement on the parkade on Queen Street, but if you look at the other two parkades in terms of infrastructure, renewal, enhancements, improvements, necessary requirements to bring them up to today's standards and codes, do we have a file here at City Hall that the council can look at to say, okay, here's what it's going to cost, projected costs, whether it's, next year or the year after? Do we have anything in terms of the longevity of these parkades?
Councillor Bernard, can I just go through the chair
Well,
first?
It's really not part of the budget. I mean, it's a question for Public Works, really, I mean, we're trying to get the budget passed.
Yeah.
The longevity of parking garage is not really part of this budget, but it has been talked about. There is reports on it, and you should be able to get a copy of it.
Yeah, I know, but I'd like to know how current is that?
Councillor Twill, it's in capital, and we discussed capital already. But Councillor Twill, we will be coming back to that.
Yeah.
Do you want to
I
provide?
can give a quick answer.
Yeah.
So we do have recent data, consulting studies on repairs and maintenance that are required for the parkades, and that is a file that's active with Director Roos and Paul's people at Public Works. So there is a lot of work ongoing on that. We're also dealing with the potential rehabilitation of Queen Street as well. So those are all things that are in the hopper, but
In the
are
capital
actively being monitored, and it's a concern for staff for sure.
Councillor Bernard?
Thank you. We have a line item for elections at 75,000. Is that in this year because it'll cross over into the fiscal of 26 when the next provincial or next municipal one won't be for the 26-27 fiscal period? So just wondering if can we take that 75 and repurpose that? Like
Councillor
it's
Bernard.
carrying, we didn't use any this year, it's zero, we forecasted, our original budget was 75. We're gonna carry over 75 for the next one. It just seems like we're just carrying that over, but not spending it, unless we're using it somewhere else, I don't know.
Well, Dan might want to answer. I thought that was put in there every year.
It is, because we have to pay for an election.
But we don't expense it though, right at this moment? Or do
Go
we?
ahead. What's
Thank
the
you.
expense?
I think the intention of that 75,000 is that it's an allocation over the 4 years between elections,
Yeah.
so that we don't get hit with
That's
a
what I-
big bill at
So you're
It's just
election.
building it up.
So you're building it up, okay.
Yeah.
So-
So that's not known here, so that, that's why I wouldn't ask.
That management forecast may be flawed in that really we should be setting that money aside this year,
Yeah.
so, yeah, but
Good
we'll,
question, though.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good question on the auditing services too, because it was 377, but we only spent 152, correct? Okay, Councillor Bernard, anything else? Is that good?
Yep.
Good? Anything else? Okay, page
Move to fire.
12?
12? Fire is the next one.
Fire up.
Any questions on fire? Any questions on fire? Okay.
I will have some when we get to new initiatives.
Yep. Okay, human resources. Any questions on human resources? Seeing none. Information technology. And that's pretty straightforward, too.
Yeah, just 1 second, sir. Councillor Bernard, Ward 2.
So just know those boundaries.
Ward 2.
No, just looking across there, I mean, we're cutting, essentially across the board in information technology. I know some of these are likely achievable, but there are some that we may want to consider, like impact to operations. So being the chair, of course, I'm bringing it forward as some of the concerns onto that. So I think one of the ones they were talking about was possibly desktop software, or not desktop, but phone consolidation. So landline consolidation into cell phones and stuff, so reduce some costs there. Is that on this particular one?
Where would that fall under?
phones, $20,000.
20,000?
So supportive of that, supportive of that particular one. But then, some of these other ones, like we have some network support and maintenance agreements we're wanting to cut. So I'm not sure, Rory, if you want to explain a little bit how we might mitigate some of this?
Councilor Bernard, you just want to defer it?
No, that's okay. I was going to say, it's a 1.190 ask, and it's a very small percentage cut.
Yeah.
The budget's 1.341. But Roy, if you want to explain to them, I know we've already heard it, so.
Go
They didn't. Go ahead.
Sure. So for the network support maintenance agreements, I think there was a $10,000 ones. I don't have the numbers.
15.
In front of me.
15, yeah.
15? Was that for network support?
Yeah.
So 10,000 of that. There we go. Thank you. So 10,000 of that was for reducing our support agreement with Endeavor, who supports our Great Plains financial system. So that's basically we can just kind of support that in-house. It's maybe a little bit more headache for our staff, but it's something we can absorb. So then if we look at the service level agreements, I'm trying to remember what. You got there. Thank you.
The tech guy, got 2 computers now.
Yeah, there we go. My laptop's set up in the
2
other room.
laptops and a cell phone.
Yeah, so the 15,000 for network support was actually not the Great Plain one. So that was for Everbridge. So the Everbridge EMO is something we use for alerting. It's heavily used for snow alerts, and then also used for EMO purposes. It's probably one that I would say I wouldn't really recommend going forward with, but it's the least worst of the cuts that I could make.
Yeah, so I don't know, on that particular one, I wouldn't want to see us shortchanging ourselves over a few dollars for our emergency response by cutting back on that.
On the service level agreement?
No, yeah, on the network, for the Everbridge EMO software, which is the 15,000 maintenance agreement, network software support.
Okay.
And, yeah, and then of course on, some of this desktop software subscriptions, I mean, that might be limiting people to perform their duties and the responsibilities if we're taking software away from them. Maybe that can be mitigated on a case-by-case basis. I know seems very minimal, but again, these are just the concerns that I'm bringing forward as the chair of the committee.
So what's council want to do? Do they want to increase that?
Which one is it? Network support and maintenance agreements, which is mitigated by 15,000, but then under new initiative was 30,000. Is that the one we're talking about?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Or not, I don't think it was under new initiatives, is it right?
Well, there is a new initiative next to it, 30,000.
The new initiative is for
yeah.
a different product,
Yeah.
digital evidence management.
So what do you want us to do? Put the 15,000 back in?
I'm just putting it out for conversation. So,
So
What
you-
is-
Just so I'm clear, you're talking about the network support and the maintenance agreement and the service level agreement, correct? Those 2? Justin?
yeah, I think it's those 2, yeah. The 2 that are, I guess, as we would say, the least, or what's the term we're using?
Yeah, least worst.
Least worst. Anyway, we'll leave it there for now, but we can come back to it and just see.
Well,
where
now
we
would be
are.
the time while we're in the
Yeah,
department.
so is to put them back in?
Well,
So,
I think you say it's the EMO, the response for EMO. I did bring forward a possibility of using that software as well for making notifications to our public through planning board, because we're getting a lot of complaints that people are not on Facebook, that are on this. I thought about what if we could do the text messaging alerts when there's a public meeting, because everybody seems to have a cell phone, so that could be a possible option to use that. So if we cut that out completely, I'm more worried about the EMO aspect of it. more
okay, so
than
the 15, what if we put 10 back into it?
I don't know if that would service it, but
It's just a
One lump
cost.
sum,
There's
yeah.
not really any way to reduce it. It's just.
So it's 15, 15.
I would hate to see we took out our EMO.
Put the 15 back in.
Okay, want to put it back in, folks? Yes, no?
Throw
Council?
it on for now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Just, okay. well,
just take it down there.
Let's mark it, identify it then.
Yeah.
And what was the other one?
So there was that one, and then the
Service level?
service level agreement with Endeavor for our Great Plains system.
Yeah, so that was.
Again, we'll put these on just that we can have.
Yeah, minus 10,000?
Yeah.
Okay, so put that back in on the
Okay.
list.
So that's, we'll flag that as
A
25,000
couple others
for
I think
IT.
they can handle.
25, 25, 25. Councillor Twill, do you have something there in the agreements, or? Huh? Okay, hold on.
What I'd like to know is, does the City of Charlottetown's website, does it come under information technology and expenses? No?
I don't know. Chair?
Sorry.
Is that under city government?
Councilor Twill, what's your question?
The city's website?
Yeah.
So that comes under city government as opposed to information technology and expenses?
I thought it was under city admin, but I'll let Rory answer that one.
Rory?
Yeah, so the hosting costs for the website are paid through IT, but I think if there was any sort of initiative to do new work for content, that would typically be handled through communications. So we just pay for the hosting fee itself.
Okay, just for what it's worth, folks, I continue to hear from the community that the city's website is extremely challenging. We talk about it, consistently here at City Hall, but, and again, I'm no IT expert or websites, that's above my pay grade. So, I keep hearing that it's very, very challenging for our residents to engage and find information on the city's website. This is not new, so I don't know what we have to do to make it easier, but it's challenging.
Okay.
Where does it fall under there, Councillor? What, where is it under information tech?
So that would be under my portfolio? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so where is it in terms
Well,
of?
it's broken up into two ways. Like say on the IT side, we're paying for the infrastructure support, the hosting, but then any components of the website would be a communications design. So if we wanted to redesign, we may look at capitalizing that next year as a whole brand new website, or or look to operations to determine what type of work we can do. So it is something that I do want to bring forward to my committee for discussion because I'm getting the same sentiments, but also that aligns with the communication challenges we're having with planning and the residents who are talking about they're not getting enough notice, they don't on the social media, so on and so forth. So I'll bring it forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And just while we're on the information technology expenses, I know we continue to have struggles on our online portal, if that's what we call it, when we are offering that ability for people to tune in at home. We constantly have issues that we can't bring up documents at the same time that the people are speaking, and there's all these different things. So I hope there's no cuts buried in there that are not going to address the increase in need for improving that ability for folks to be able to tune in, council to be able to tune in, et cetera, from an online perspective. So if somebody could answer that for me, maybe I'll start with the chair of finance or acting chair of finance, and then he can direct that question to where it should be.
Acting chair.
Go ahead, Rory.
Yeah, so there's no cuts to anything related to like the council meetings or anything like that, if that's what you're asking.
Right, so the delivery service will increase and not continue as is, that is what I mean. Like, I'm constantly, when I ask a question, oh, it's not in our budget this year, hopefully we'll get to do it next year, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just making sure that we're constantly, going up and not staying the same. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're continuing to support it as is. There's no plans to increase the quality of the service for the council meetings. But, I mean, we're not gonna, it's not gonna get worse if that's what you're asking.
Okay. Another question? Good. Okay. Good. Move on.
Is that it? Is that it for IT?
IT? Okay.
Let's move on to the mayor and council. I do, actually, you know what? I do have one quick question under IT. The 30,000 that's listed there is for new initiative. Is that 30,000 included in the 684 or no?
Through the chair, no, it's not.
Okay, okay, thank you. All right, Mayor and Council,
I have a question.
go ahead, Julie.
Councillor McCabe?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just flipping back to my question. So I'm noticing here too, we have quite a budget. Most budgets are cutting, and we actually increased under the mayor and council budget. I'm seeing our public relations is sitting around 210,000, 400,000 in mayor and council. Is there any way we can look at maybe making some cuts here? Is this all like required money? Here we are trying to find money. Is there any money in here that we could be looking at, or just, it's not real clear what it's all used for, so I'm just wondering.
Yeah, it's,
So under that, Dan, I think
there's a breakdown.
mayor in office cut by 3, then 5%? Or was there a 5% cut?
Thank you, Chair. Your worship, I don't believe any of the reductions that were put forward under our last round of suggested reductions were included in the budget. I may be wrong on that.
I think,
But I think there were a few suggestions made in terms of awards and plaques and a few minor items that Jackie had identified as potential savings that could be considered.
and
So when we say public relations, what does that involve? What's $210,000 for public relations?
that would be your socials in the summer, at Christmas, Natal Day, we work with Natal Day. We work with the Mayor's Picnic, which is part of the, I believe, the Old Home Week. It's pins that are purchased. That's,
And I agree, like, it's lovely to be able to do that when we can, but when we're in such a tight time, do you think residents would prefer to have services required or a social for the summer?
So-
or could we combine that, reduce the cost a little bit? I'm not trying to be, I'm just pointing it out. To me, that stands out as somewhere that we could be looking at making some changes to.
so
Yeah,
Mayor-
that
just on that, mayor and council, it's 413,000, that I believe is our stipends. It goes up to 489,455, that's an increase of 75,900.
That's our stipends. Okay, that makes sense to me. So I didn't know what that was. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just on the public relations, Councilor McCabe, that's like the Christmas campaign, the New Year's levy, the seniors events, the unforeseen events, there's family violence, disability advice, community relations, city hall plaques, pins, promotional materials, photography, retirement
Okay.
gifts, promotions, and stationery.
Okay. Yeah, it just wasn't clear. So I just was
No,
curious if that
good
was an
question.
area that we could look at.
Good question.
Councilor McCabe, did you have a question for the next page too? Is it, because I did get a.
No, it was that one, Your Worship. Thank you. I'll just keep letting you know when I'm trying to get ahead of you.
Thank you.
Anything else on mayor and council, folks? We're good? Okay. Parks and Recreation. Any questions on Parks and Rec?
Councilor Trio?
I'm going to direct them to Frank. I had a brief discussion with Frank this afternoon. He's comfortable with the cuts that were made and said we're able to cope and be functional. So I'll leave it at that.
And I think you'll find for most of the budgets, I mean, those consultations were held with all the managers, and these cuts that were made were most, if not all, were comfortable with these cuts. And I think if you look at it, they're not drastic. A lot of times when you do a budget, your first ask is a little bit more than you need. That's just the way it is. But these, I think throughout the budget, you'll find they're reasonable cuts. Any questions on the Parks and Rec? All good?
Good.
Okay, let's move to.
Next page. Simmons Arena.
Parks, Planning and Heritage.
Go to page 16.
Any
Who's here?
questions on Planning and Heritage?
It's Donna. Is Donna there? Are you still there, Donna?
Is there any,
Yes, I am, Mayor.
Thank you, Donna.
I am.
Thank you, Donna. Miller Ayton is there.
are we
Okay,
good with
Councilor-
planning and heritage, or is there any questions?
Yeah, Councilor
Councilor
Matar and
Dankoff?
deputies first.
Thanks. Just as the chair, I just wanted to just point out a couple of things, just in conversation with Director Mike today. Just so everyone is understanding that the manager of building inspection, building inspector, and the ADU initiatives have all been included in the current budget, but also that all of those things will be covered from our half funding. So it's a cost recovery. So if you're seeing those in there, the development and also the staffing for our building inspector, that's all being covered by our half funding. So if you're wondering about that, I just wanted to share that information with you. And that in terms of the community is really looking for that building inspector, which is why we were able to find a way to fund that for this year. So, yeah.
I think
That's all I
Mike
got.
did bring that up with us too, and I think it's a revenue generator. I think with the building inspector, you get a lot of the building permits moving a lot faster and get the building going faster. So, thanks for bringing that up. Any other questions on planning? and heritage?
Just looking at the planning services, so the original budget was 74,000, we're going up to 654. Is that what you were speaking to, Alana, to Deputy Dankoff?
What's that?
Dan probably. Dan, you want to, or Donna?
Donna, do you have the budget there in front of you?
Yes, Your Worship, I have it.
So he's talking about
So-
planning services, 162,74, and then budget change, 654,000.
So as our chair pointed out, this is to cover all of our half initiatives. So that would be for the zoning and development bylaw, costs to do that, and also the ADU initiatives and the ADU program that we will be bringing on board this year.
Is that not the same for the heritage projects?
The heritage bylaw is accounted for under heritage expenses.
No, under projects, it's going from
Under projects, yeah.
$2,500 to $147,000. And that's covering what, sorry, the bylaw?
That would be the update of the heritage preservation bylaw. So before we added the overall heritage preservation bylaw update, it was only to do a study of the 500 lot area. So we're making it broader to cover a broader scope.
So that's consulting services possibly at 147?
Just ask her. Just ask her. Is
That's consulting services.
that covered under half?
That will be covered through half.
Okay, there you are.
Okay.
Thanks to
Okay.
the federal
Just
government.
big
Thank you
numbers.
very much, the
Big
federal
numbers.
government again.
No, hold it now. The 654 is covered under the housing authority, or is it coming out of the city's
That's-
operational?
Half. Housing Auxiliary Fund, that's the federal fund. And that 147.50,
The 654, so?
yeah,
So then why is that listed here as operational dollars coming from the city?
because it's channeled through.
Okay.
It's part of the revenue stream,
Okay.
correct? Yeah, but it was a
Okay.
$10.2 million check they sent down from the federal government.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was the federal government.
Okay.
Councilor Twill?
Any other
and Councilor
questions on
Beck?
that?
Just a question for Donna. So there's going to be outside consultants to have a look at the 500 lots, and look at the integrity of the 500 lots, correct?
I don't know.
I think that's what Donna referred to.
Can you hear that, Donna?
Yes, Your Worship, through to Councillor Twill, that's correct.
Okay, so here's the question I have. Go back the other night when we had the public meeting on the official plan, and we had residents that made it quite clear that they want the same consideration, same sensitivity, I'm paraphrasing, the same commitment in the different neighborhoods and communities to maintain the same integrity that we had with the 500 lots. So are we also engaging in an outside consultant to make sure that the fabric of these neighborhoods and communities are going to be held to a high standard as well as the 500 lots?
Yes, Councillor Twill, so that's part of the scope of the work that will be included in the RFP that it will go out later this year.
Deputy, did you want to just add to that? I think you're part of that with Donna and group. Thank you.
I think, I mean, I would have just said exactly what Donna had said if I had had the opportunity to say it first. So it's just the same idea that it will have the same level of integrity that we have with the zoning and development bylaw. Yes.
Councillor,
Okay.
another question about that?
Oh, just to reinforce it, so it's the same commitment, same standard, same integrity.
Just for the public record, Deputy Mayor?
100%.
100%.
Councillor Twill.
Thank you.
And again, Councillor Bernard, the $147,500 for projects under heritage, that's coming out of half, correct? Donna?
Yes, Your Worship, that's correct.
Again. Councillor Beck?
On that topic, can we have an update on what we've actually, what funding, kind of a breakdown of what things have been approved through half or being covered through half? I know we've talked at various meetings, at this meeting and that meeting, oh, that's covered by half, that's covered by half. But it'd be nice to sort of look and see where we are with the half funding, what actually is coming out, because some of these are, I know we created them, they're going to be covered for 2 or 3 years, funding for some positions that are going to be converted to permanent positions eventually. Because I know we were looking at that with the building inspector side, because we were running into some issues with putting up postings, wouldn't get them filled because they were only contractual basis. So we changed some of those hirings around, and initially they're going to be covered by half, but eventually they're going to be costs that we're going to have to absorb. So I think it might be timely as we're going down on embarking upon our official plan adoption, upon our zoning and development bylaw adoption and all that, that we get that kind of a status report in terms of what's been expended, what's covered, and what will we, I guess really more importantly too, what will we be on the hook for after the half funding is over as well too. So it's kind of a three-part, if I could direct that through to the chair, and maybe if we can have that as a request at a future update for council, start with the committee
I
and then
can
go through.
respond to that as the chair.
Good question. As far as the budget, that's why I was asking on the 654. So it also come under our revenue, under the housing auxiliary, and now it's going out as expenditure. So that part of the budget's okay. Good question. I think
I'm not so much concerned about this budget. I'm more concerned about just
yeah.
big picture.
I think the
what we
plan chair
have.
could probably answer that. I mean,
We're going to ask the
they-
deputy
they could
who's chair of
Put
the
that
plan.
together on the housing accelerator fund, what we're getting for, what's going to be at the end of the day.
And what do you want to say?
I can have the breakdown sent out prior to our next budget discussion. That can be probably sent out to council by tomorrow. So you'll get that breakdown.
And
Yep,
Deputy,
and
the
update.
total amount was 10.3
Yep.
from the federal
Yep.
government.
And that will be sent out. It's existing, it's been sent before. It hasn't changed. The breakdown is still the same, but to Councillor, to Councillor Beck's request, we can have that document resent out.
Thank you. Next page? Good? Okay.
Okay.
All right, sir?
Moving
Get
to
down.
police.
Okay.
Any questions on the police budget?
Now, just 1 second. Jeez.
Seeing none, it's pretty straightforward there.
Councillor Twill. Councillor McCabe, any questions? Councillor Twill?
Yeah, last year I'd asked the question, I know police departments.
I will.
You go first. She's going to ask.
Police department is engaged with the other two levels of government, different programs, different initiatives. And I asked for a copy of that. I wasn't able to get it. So what I'm looking for, if we can get a list, the different programs that our police department is involved with, partnering from a financial perspective to deal with some of the challenges that we face in our city. So I'd like to get a copy of that, just so I can become better informed as to, what the opportunities are for our police department, and to see how that, how that works out in terms of, evidence-based results. I'm always interested, not just in police, but all departments. Just want to look and see, how effective and what the challenges are.
But there's no question on the police budget then?
No.
Not so much in the budget, but I would like to try to get that
That's
information.
through the police department, yeah.
Yeah,
Duly
thank you.
duly noted by the chief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, chief?
Any other questions? Anybody?
Yeah, one more.
Yeah, go ahead.
One more,
No, no,
one
no,
more, yeah.
no.
As you
Councilor
know-
McCabe
as-
has one too.
Pardon me?
Councilor McCabe from Ward 9. Go ahead.
Did you want her to go first, sir?
No, we want you to go first.
No, you said the boundaries of Ward 9.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Don't want to
As you
confuse
know,
anybody. Don't want to confuse anybody.
No, of course not. As you know, Chief, I've been on the record talking about the reinstatement of the traffic division. I know our police officer that's out there that's doing traffic stops is doing a phenomenal job. I said it before, he's a fantastic police officer. But again, with the amount of traffic on our city streets, you can go to any one of the major entranceways, the Upper Prince Streets, the Walton Drives, a lot of these streets that are being used as a shortcut. Has there any thought been given to the actual reinstatement of that traffic division so that we can have it spread out across the city and we have consistency on a daily basis?
And again, I think that's a police question for the police, not a budget question. So get that from the police committee.
Would be additional cost too.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, chief, want to take that under advisement, or what do you want to do?
Your worship, and through the chair, just to Councillor Tweel's point, certainly road safety is one of our primary concerns also. And with the addition of these hires, it was our intention to add 2 additional people to our community action team to address road safety and community-related traffic issues.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilor Beck.
Yeah, so the 925 I'm just looking under the new initiatives part, and I know we're not addressing that, but is that a combination of the 4 clerks, record clerks, and the 5 officers, totaling 900 and some thousand?
Councilor Bernard.
I didn't hear the question, to be honest with you. I couldn't hear you.
There was, I forget the total, 950 is under the new initiatives there, under police, and I think that's for the 4 additional record clerks and the 5 police officers?
Under the new initiatives?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that what that's for? Okay,
The 952?
yeah.
That is a new initiative. I'll get the chief or Dan to answer what it's for.
Yeah, I can confirm that it is the 4 clerks and the 5 new constables.
Okay.
Which, following our meeting with senior leadership today, had been dialed back, I think, to the request would be coming forward for 2 clerks and 3 officers. That would be
Oh,
contained
so
in
the
your
3
list of,
so that was my next question. So the 3 officers is the 399?
Yeah.
Because it says additional constables by 5, but it said 399, so that should be additional constables by 3?
That's right, and then the 148 is for 2 additional records clerks.
Yeah, I see that just above. Okay, all right, that was kind of what I was trying to understand. Yeah, so that would reduce the 950 to,
Okay?
400 or something like that. Okay, thank you.
550, yep.
Yeah.
Deputy?
But those are just all under our sheet we got at the beginning of the night. This is for council discussion
Right,
later, isn't
he
it?
went to the new initiatives in the document.
Once we get there, yeah.
He went down to the new initiatives and then correlated with that and supplementary information.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you for the
Councillor Twill?
clarification.
I just want to come back to the chief on 2 additional officers dedicated to traffic and road safety. So that'd give us 3, right? If that was to come to fruition. Would 3 be enough, chief, for this city this size? Again, with the growth and development that's taking place and the tremendous amount of traffic that's on our city streets?
Your worship, it's, our community action team is actually made up currently of 3 officers, and they just don't focus on traffic alone, they focus on neighborhood issues, but traffic is a large part of what they do. So this is, this would be an actual 2 officers in that unit, so a total of 5.
So that's supposed to be 3?
Okay. Good to go there. Next page. Page down. All fired up. Public Works. That's Councillor Ramsey.
There's no, I guess there's no questions from John or Bobby?
Nope, there's nothing there. No,
Okay.
they're not checking in and,
Public
No,
Works?
I'm all good, thank you.
Okay.
good, thank you,
Well,
John.
I'm good too, thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Councillor Drawn. Just checking in to make sure you're still there.
Uh,
You're on the payroll.
Public Works, municipal buildings.
Thanks.
What's that?
Public Works and municipal buildings.
Okay.
Do we have any questions?
Just one second. The chair wants to go first.
I'm good to go. Everything's right there, and I'd like to thank Paul for all his work and his staff and everything for the cutbacks and cutbacks and cutbacks, and so they're doing a great job, but as the counselor right next to me said, there's a lot of potholes, so we gotta get them fixed.
Oh, you're doing a good job too there, Councillor.
And
Ramsey.
I will just point out, if you look at snow removal, and you'll see 420 come out, if you go across to the second last line, you'll see 500,000 was put back in, so it's actually 4.1.
Okay.
Okay.
Councillor Matard?
Yeah, just if we could get an explanation on the removal of service contracts. So what does service contracts refer to? And so we've taken that out completely. So just curious as to know what we're losing as a result of service contracts.
And I'll leave that to the manager, Paul.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Your worship, councillors. It was briefly mentioned earlier with Jessica that is some tree services that is moving services from the Public Works Department over to Environment and Sustainability Department.
Okay, great, thank you for that.
Consolidation of services.
Any other questions?
No, Councillor Twill. And then the deputy. Councillor Twill?
Always nice, Kevin. Just on Public Works.
Yes.
Municipal buildings. The new building that was built out in McAleer Drive. The only question I have, and it's not part of the budget, and I don't know if it's relevant to this discussion, but I'll throw it out on the table. One of the things I learned recently that even with the new building, for some reason, we're short space for our different departments, you know, whether it be our Parks and Recreation, Water and Sewer, all of these different departments. My question is, why do we go through this exercise and all this expense, and yet we don't have enough room in these buildings? Like, I don't understand that.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say to that right now, Councilor Twill, is that's really an operational issue. And there's a new building built, water utility moved in, Parks and Rec moved in, they moved out of the McAleer Drive, so there should be room at McAleer Drive. But again, that'll be an operational question that could be asked at Public Works.
Yeah.
So,
And, Mr. Chair, you'll take that under advisement?
Sure, already done.
Yep. Go ahead,
Just
Councillor
one last
Matard.
question. I just want the explanation, I just have to notice that when you mentioned about the snow removal, interesting enough, can you explain when it puts the 500 over in the Finance Committee? What does that mean when it doesn't read across like the other ones and then all of a sudden, and I noticed, so I back up through the whole budget, and the only time I noticed there's a couple 500,000s added back in for Finance Committee that were either this one or the Finance Committee itself, like for. Yeah, what does it mean, though, like, when it says
So,
when it's over there?
at one
Who made
time,
that decision?
when we had asked for cuts, one of the cuts was to take the budget from 4.4, a little over 4 million, 3.6. It was offered up as a $400,000 savings. Once we get into a surplus position, we recommend putting that back because this past year, we spent a little over 4 million, and to go back at 3.6 million, and it was a fairly light winter, so we'd probably be
Yeah.
in the red in that next year.
Okay.
So we
No, I
advised
just wonder what the
$500,000
column
back
meant. So
in.
the committee made that recommendation for the five.
Recommendation, yeah.
That's what's
Okay.
there.
That's why it's in that separate column.
Okay.
Yeah,
You can approve or disapprove. That's why it's there, under a separate
yeah.
line.
Because I noticed, we didn't mention it, but up above, under finance, there was the extraordinary fund.
Right.
Also
Added.
added 500,000 for that.
Right.
That's correct.
But in our discussions at finance, Mr. Matar, Councilor Matar,
Oh, you can call me Mr. Matart, that's fine.
there was a concern about that additional money had to be available for union contracts.
Yeah.
So just want to protect
Okay.
our union employees.
Okay. And
Any other
then,
questions?
Deputy Mayor has one.
Yep, I have a question. Just on street lighting, where the management has recommended we take out 328,000. We have a lot of dark, unlit streets, and I just want to make sure we're not sacrificing the residential safety of the community by dropping out the lighting. I just, mid-year, I don't want to hear, oh, we can't do that because we didn't have money in the budget. So I'm just putting it out there to make sure we're not sacrificing.
Councilor Bernard.
Go ahead, Paul.
Your Worship, Council. That line was developed by me. Right now, you'll see that our forecast is just over $1 million for the current fiscal, $1,086,000. It was on a budget last year that I wasn't in part of the development at 1.3. There's always the balance of we're saving as we transition from high-pressure sodium to LED lights, balanced off with the fact that new subdivisions come along and we put in more street lights or infill street lights and that sort of thing. Basically, in the hard analysis of trying to reduce budget in the first and second wave, I was generally just looking at, if we're forecasting slightly over $1 million this year, let's try and see if we can spend just slightly over $1 million next year.
We're not going to turn out the lights. Okay, good.
Okay.
Next page.
Well, just any other questions on Public Works, guys?
Oh, no,
I do
Councilor
have
McKinnon.
one. Thank you, Your Worship. Kind of echoing Deputy Mayor Yankoff's with the street lighting. Our city is growing, we're building, we just approved several new developments, and our streets are dark. So I'm just wondering, how much money is left over in this budget from this year? Like, we're getting bigger, and we're going to be giving them less, so how?
At the operational.
I guess the question I would ask is Paul, the little over 1 million is there now. How did we do last year as far as putting in new lights and new subdivisions? Are we along the same?
We would have had lighting in new residential subdivisions that came along. Sometimes it is, developer supplied hardware and we're paying the electrical meter. Sometimes it is rental units from Maritime Electric that are placed on their above-ground wooden utility poles that are servicing the neighborhood. So, it was a matter of trying to cut the budget. There's certainly no plans here to do a lot of infill lighting anywhere. There's hopes that, again, a little bit of balance will occur between, we're going to have some new lighting that will occur in the city, and we're going to have some old lighting that'll transition from high-pressure sodium to LED, and maybe a little over $1 million last year. We can get away with a little over $1 million this year.
I guess maybe the better question is, would there have been lights that we were looking to put up, but we didn't have the money to put them up?
No, we did not.
Okay.
Well, I can't say that because if I ask, does anybody want a street light, I'll be snowed under here.
No,
There was none planned by management of the
Especially down Ward
department that we
4.
could not do because of funding.
right, yeah. Thank you.
Well, I think too, it's always that we're hearing that we're on the wait for Maritime Electric, so we're way behind. I know in East Royalty, there's been 2 years where subdivisions haven't even had a light, so there's certainly room for lights.
Councillor Twill on the
Yeah, I
lights.
just want to ask a question to the chair, to Paul.
Yes.
And that's regarding the flashing lights for pedestrians when people are trying to cross a busy street, the flashing lights. Is that operational or is that capital?
To purchase them?
Pardon me?
To purchase the flashing lights?
Yeah.
I think that was already in the capital budget.
So so it is capital?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, good, sir.
Is that it for Public Works?
No,
Or
we got
any other questions?
Councillor Matard.
Okay.
No, you've turned off your light? Okay, lights on for Deputy. Deputy, go ahead.
Thanks. Just to circle back to the lights, when the acting manager said, was there any lighting last year that, or somebody said we weren't able to do it? There is. Victoria Row was dark, and I was told we can't do anything until budget discussions for next year. So there was lighting that didn't get done because
Yeah, I don't think that's under this line, I don't know. That's
in
the
capital.
old-fashioned lanterns we're
That was in
talking about.
capital.
Oh,
That's in
Yeah.
capital, right?
That's capital.
Paul?
Yeah.
That was capital. They were the heritage lights.
right.
Yeah.
That was
approved.
put in for this year.
Thank you.
Councillor Matard, your light's back on there. Councillor Matard from Ward 2.
I think what will alleviate a lot of questions here, Paul, just explain what this line item is and what it covers. It's obviously operational replacement of like
the
bulbs
lights
and
on.
things of that nature. It's not net new lighting for a subdivision or a new community, which may come in through either capital or maybe on the contractors or Maritime Electric. Is that correct? This would be the operation of city-owned lights and maintaining those and changing bulbs
That's
and
correct.
parks and all of those things?
That's
Is
correct.
that how I understand?
Is
Correct,
that, is that correct?
Your Worship, Council. Yes, the vast majority of this is payments to Maritime Electric for electricity that we are purchasing. And in some ways, I said if a developer comes in and supplies, they want to do historic lanterns or something that in their subdivision, they supply that to us. Like we might want to go out and extend the lanterns, we would do that under capital. They supply us with the capital fixtures. If they don't do that and it's just wooden poles down the street and overhead lines to each house, then we go to Maritime Electric and they have rental rates for lights, $34 a month or something like that for each one, approved through IRAC. So we're either buying electricity to shine our own lights that we've purchased through capital, or we're renting lights and electricity from Maritime Electric, and that's the vast majority of this account.
Councillor Peck?
Yeah, so just so I understand this, so when a new subdivision comes, and I'll ask maybe through to Paul, when a new subdivision is created, are we responsible for the installation of streetlights, or is that the responsibility of the developer? I just don't know.
Your Worship, Councillors. Like I say, the developer has a choice in the aesthetics that they want to create in their subdivision. They can choose to do the cost of underground wiring and their own light fixtures. Horseshoe Hills it's old now, but it's one that comes to my mind as one of the first in the city that probably did that. If the developer doesn't want to put that cost into their subdivision or doesn't want to create that sort of aesthetic, then they don't do anything about electricity, but Maritime Electric is going to have obviously customers in there, and they come in and they plunk down wooden poles every second lot and string the overhead distribution lines and then the laterals into the house. That's where, when the city takes over a subdivision, we look to see, has a developer paid to put in lights, and we notify Maritime Electric to turn that meter on and we start paying the metered price. Or if they haven't, we go to Maritime Electric and we say, we'd like to rent LED type 3 units on every second pole, is sort of a little bit of rule of thumb. And I'm not aware, maybe the Maritime Electric has a backlog in getting those up for us, but once they're up, then we pay the rental rate on them.
Yeah. Yeah. Tooth Fairy Lane was the first to go with the underground water. Inkerman Boulevard Extension. That was the first, before.
Okay.
Tooth Fairy Lane.
Is that it for Public Works?
Okay, good.
Good?
Yes.
Okay.
Next page.
That included municipal buildings.
Municipal buildings.
Any questions on municipal buildings? Seeing none? Water and sewer.
Down to our favorite.
Towards the end here, folks.
We got Josh. Is Josh in the building? Josh is in the building. Mr. McEwen's.
Any questions on water and sewer? Seeing none?
Does the chair have anything to say? Chair of Water and Wastewater? Councillor Drawn?
Not one word, no.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I know last year we had agreed years ago when we were trying to keep ahead with the expenses of raising it with whatever that index is, so we didn't have to come after residents again. Do we have that incorporated here?
CPI.
CPI?
Yeah. Do we have that, like, 2%, we were going to increase it by whatever it was, Councillor Duran, is that in the budget?
Yes, it is.
Last year, we reduced it because we thought we were in good space, but it's back in, is it? I'm just trying to see where.
It's in the revenue.
So it's up by what? What's the percentage?
I'm not seeing any
Although it's not showing that.
increase. Right.
Yeah,
So-
but wait now, water and sewer, just a sec. Yeah, the 329,416 is the budget change.
329,
That's the revenue.
416. Oh, okay. So we're going back to our increase that we approved like a while, years ago there.
Yeah, I think we were doing CPI only during the inflation when it shot up to 8%. We capped it at 3%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Correct. It is captured
So-
within the revenue number at 2.2%.
2.2?
That's what it is this year, 2.2? Yeah, and that's the inflation rate this year.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Any other questions on water and utility? Okay, so having said that, I guess,
Oh, Councillor Twill,
Oh,
Water and
sorry.
Sewer? Yes, just 1 second, sir. Go ahead.
Has there any thought been given to increasing providing water and sewer services outside the city limits? Right now, it's 25%. I think I did ask previously, jurisdictional scan to see what other municipalities in the region or across the country, what cost they would require from a developer. And then you break it down. It could be industrial, commercial, multi-purpose residential buildings, or just a single-family house, let alone the, subdivisions. I mean, if you look at our last council meeting, we approved one phase of, I think it's a 5-phase development. The province of Prince Edward Island is providing residential units out in Miltondale Park. And I guess we're going to look at each request when it comes to each phase. But I don't know if that's the most effective way of going about it. But are we, to recapture our costs, are we looking at any type of increase? Because, the services aren't getting any cheaper. And we're asked to go, we're always saying to our ratepayers, we've got to go back and get more. But are we doing that with the constituency outside of the city limits?
that's the 25% that they have to pay on top of their going rate. Outside the city, they pay an extra 25%.
No, it is 25%.
Yeah, it always has been.
Pardon me?
It always has been 25%.
Okay, it's above the rate. So have we any thought into increasing that, maybe, making it 30 or 35? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Councillor Duran,
Yes, sir.
at the last meeting, public meeting, you talked about a regional water and wastewater utility, right? Start those discussions, continue them on?
Yes.
Do you,
Yes.
would you look at raising that percentage while we're trying to conduct those discussions? What's your thoughts?
Well, we never thought, we just thought the going rate is the going rate,
Yeah.
and anything outside the city limits is 25%, so we thought that was fair. It was never asked if we would put that rate up. We're trying to get a meeting with the province to see where we can go with a regional municipality in the water and sewer department. So, you know, that could be asked at that time, but no, never once do we ever consider raising it up past 25%. Anytime I've been there.
Okay. Okay, Councillor, hold on. And then Councillor Kennedy.
Councillor Durant, can we look at it? Can we examine the possibility? Again, you know, considering the infrastructure that's you know, installed outside the city limits. And, you know, 25% might have been good, say, you know, years ago. I don't know if it's paying the freight today. I'm just asking for, you know, from a financial point of view as to whether that's enough, and if it's enough, that's fine. And then, Mayor, you talked about, you know, regional.
Oh, the chair was talking about it at the last meeting.
Chair, okay, I know, you talked about.
And I support it.
I know, you'd also talked about annexation at that council meeting, you talked about.
Just stay with the regional utility. What
Pardon me?
did you
No,
want to
but
say?
you also talked about annexation as well.
Councillor Twill, what's your point?
Well, my point is, when you're getting into discussions of that magnitude, you know, it's very sensitive, and you got to be cognizant of the affected municipality, like I said at the last council meeting. So if you're going to have them discussions, I think you need to have those discussions with, you know, the municipality or the community in question.
Yeah, that's what the chair was talking about at the last meeting. That's what he wants to
Oh,
do.
you talked about Stratford and Cornwall.
Yeah. Okay.
No, Milton Vale and Brackley, we do have well fields there. So, I mean, there's no extra cost to us. It's all on the person that's asking for the water service. You know, we don't build lines to certain houses at our cost. It comes in for a cost of the developer or the person that wants to tap into our line.
Yeah.
So, you know, the 25% is just an added on top of the going rate. So, I mean, there's something we could look at some point in time. You know, it's certainly a valid question, so we could discuss it.
Yeah.
No problem.
Just to clarify, Councillor Trot, it's not our infrastructure. We don't put it in, right, Josh? They put it in, and if it breaks down, who fixes it?
They're just getting our water.
They're just getting their water and wastewater. Or I shouldn't say we're getting the wastewater. We don't maintain the
Not
infrastructure.
outside the city.
We don't maintain it. No, we don't. What? You were chair. You were chair of water.
No, it
and Waste.
wasn't.
Yeah. Councillor McKinnon.
Oh, you're wrong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just looking at backhoe rentals. I see this year 72,700. Last year was 62,700. Wondering if there's any thought into water and sewer. I know it's too late now for capital, but any thought in purchasing their own backhoe? Because I just did some quick research here. They can pick up a new backhoe for about $170,000, $180,000. So in the long term, we would be saving money.
But we do have our own backhoe. That's just for extra work.
Okay.
It would still
We
be
do have our own backhoe and backhoe operator, but that's just when we have extra stuff that we have to do, that we have to rent, you know, that one backhoe can't handle it all. Am I correct in that, Josh?
Yes, that's correct.
But it
Thank
would
you.
still not be cheaper, Mr. Chair, for us to have a second backhoe. We could use it for other departments as well, rather than spending this money year after year.
Yeah. We can't use it with other departments.
What?
Backhoe for water and wastewater is only for water and wastewater. Correct, Mr. Chair?
Yes. Yeah. It's a different, separate corporation, as you know. But, you know, like I say, they looked at getting another one but the cost and the upkeep, you know, it has to be maintained plus a man to operate it. So we had felt at the time that, you know, we would pay so much to rent a backhoe in emergency services, you know, and things like that. So, we try to use our own manpower when we can, but then, we are forced to go outside for that as well. And some of this is we do put a tender out for a backhoe, tender out for a truck as well. So there's lots of work to do.
Okay. Any other questions on water utility?
That's good.
Seeing none. Thanks for that, Bob. Seeing none.
No problem.
Did you want to move down to?
Well, I guess, it's, right now, is everybody in agreement with the way the budget is, with the 233 surplus? Okay.
Good.
And there was talk about IT, that 15,000 in the network and the 10,000 service agreement. So what does council want to do there? There was if you want to go to IT, and we made notes there for,
It's an additional 25.
where's IT, environment? Where are you?
Yeah. Was that under IT, information technology?
Information technology, there we are. The 15,000 for network support maintenance agreement, it was 178,000 was an increase. It was 521, it was increased to 178, for a total of 684. And 15,000 come off that, off the 178. Do we want to put that back in or no? Where
Councillor,
is Rory here?
Councillor Beck and Councillor Ramsey have questions?
Yeah,
Councillor Beck,
well, I was just looking, I mean, I'm fine with that 15,000. I'm just looking at the new initiatives here. I know under the civic events and tourism assistant contract, I know that we were looking at, there was also a request for another position in there for which didn't get approved, events coordinator or something like that. I forget what the exact title was.
Are you talking about the one that's a new initiative? or
I'm
the one-
looking under the new initiatives here, yeah.
Yeah,
But I know, but I'm just tagging it on. I'm
Okay.
wondering if we could tag it on.
just-
I said I'm okay with the IT one.
Okay. Yeah, just
Well,
Well,
yeah,
well,
so I'm just saying, these are they look like a couple of easy ones. One's 10,600, another one is $2,500.
but he's
so-
just going back through the budget, correct?
But I'm just finishing the budget first.
Yeah.
So in the budget, do we want to do anything with the 15 and 10? It
Leave
was
it?
521, it was a $178,000 increase. It was reduced 15 for a total of 684.
Yeah.
So it was 521 last year, 684 this year, but I think, Rory, you may want to speak on that 15. Can you do without it or no? Do you need it?
Sorry, the 15 is for the Everbridge EMO. That's for the alert system. So if we don't want to be able to send out the alerts, we can live without it. But
But the increase was 178 total. You went 521 and increased at 178.
The increase of 178 is to cover the planning and permitting system. So that's not anything to do with the Everbridge. So that's
And
Okay,
just,
it's in the same line item.
it's just the Everbridge is the one that we were speaking about was 15,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So does council want the average system? I think you spoke on that. didn't you?
alert one, right?
Yes,
I think you spoke on that?
Is that the 15,000?
yes, yeah.
I think it's money well spent in the times we're living in today.
Well, that's what I'm saying, for the purpose of the tool is for emergency measures, for alerting people. I would think we'd be doing injustice if we took it away and then something happened and we had no way to alert people who were expecting that. That's, to me, it seems a bit,
Yes, 15, put it back in. And the 10, do you want to put the 10 back in?
the 10 was on the,
Great Plains.
Great Plains, like the supporting of the system that we have for Great Plains. We would be reducing that and having limited support.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that, we can.
The other one in question was 10,000.
No, that's what he's talking
No.
about. That's Great
That's
Plains.
right there.
Rory, what do you want to say? That's done. That's checked off.
Yeah.
We're just
We're
going to
just
find,
discussing that right now.
yeah. Rory, what do you want to add to it?
For the 10,000 for Great Plains, that is one that we could go without. It's just
Oh, you can?
yeah, it would
If
just
I,
be,
if I may offer a contrary point of view, I would be concerned about cutting that just yet. With the loss of Stephen Burke, we have limited experience in terms of the operational aspects of Great Plains and our e-requester purchase orders management system. So I would be more comfortable if we left that 10 in, just because we are training new people. Lane and I participated with Sabakun a couple of weeks ago in a session, and I think that was the first one we've had for some time. So you wouldn't be aware of that, Rory, so apologize for that. But I think as a finance team, would be more comfortable with it left in.
So then that takes us down to
Good, Councillor Turk. Councillor Ramsey,
203,000.
25? About that?
No, I just, well, my only question before I jumped in was, if Rory cut it, those two items, and thinks that we can sort of live without it, if we're that tight, I mean, why are we voting to put it back in? You know, I'm all in favor of it. Sorry, I got a little bit of cold there. But I'm all in favor of it staying in there. But I'm just saying, they asked them to cut every manager, and then he cut those two items. And now we're putting it back in.
Right, because I think what Councillor Matart was saying, that it does address the alert, correct, Councillor Matart?
Exactly. I mean, I understand the point you're trying to make, is where, everybody was asked to go back and cut, and I respect that each area had to cut places. For the chair of that committee, I'm recognizing some areas where I'm advocating for that not to be cut based on the rationale that's provided to me in those areas.
No, I'm in favor of it
So
staying in.
that's all. I mean, if council is will to say
No,
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 then
it's-
it's the will to say no, that's fine.
It makes sense. And
But I
we had asked
respect that
asked
others
all
have done the
departments to
same
make some cuts.
Yeah.
Try and get where we need to be. And
We've cut
so
in every
luckily,
area.
we're in a bit of a surplus. So that's 25,000. So yeah, we put that back in, and it's still $208,000 surplus. So next to that would be the list that you have. Staff put the proposed new initiatives in priority, in their opinion. So we're asking if you could take a look at that, see, so the first one was public transit expansion for $100,000. Is that something council wants to look at or no?
That's number 3.
Pardon me?
That's number 3. First one was urban forestry fields.
No, on your list right there. Yeah. They went through all the new initiatives, and we asked them to put them in priority. So they have $100,000 for that. The one, I think, Norman, you were talking about was the one that's number 2 there now? Yeah, I mean, that to me is a no-brainer too. Yeah. So the civic, conversion of the civic events tourism assistant contract, $10,000 to make it permanent. So is everybody okay with that? Put the 10,000 back in? Okay.
Just 1 second.
What page are you on, Terry? Sorry.
So this is the page, Bobby, that we passed out at the start of the meeting.
Okay.
We're gonna see if we
Sure.
can
You
bring it
would
up.
have got an email, Bob, from Lane. He sent us an email.
Lane just sent it out. No, we sent it
Yeah,
at the beginning of the
I
meeting.
have it. I just couldn't find what you were talking about there.
John-
Thank you.
Councillor McAleer, can you see it also? Just, well, yeah, you can do that, but
Yes.
You see it there now, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. So the second one is the conversion of civic events tourism assistant. You guys okay with that?
Chair,
hold on, go ahead.
Your Worship, just might I propose, I can bring up the spreadsheet up on the screen, and I've added a column just so we can track like what
Sure.
we're
Yeah.
supporting, and we have a running total of what our
You have it up there right
surplus
now.
deficit is.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, excellent.
Can you
Great.
see it,
Thanks,
John? Can you,
Tracy.
Councillor Drawn?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Can you see it, Councillor McAleer? Councillor McAleer, can you see it?
No, not yet, but just
Just
carry
take
on.
up,
I'll see.
take up the email.
Lane just put up on the screen.
Yeah.
So,
I have the email.
okay.
Okay, go through that.
So we're on the bottom of that email. Proposed
Okay.
new initiatives.
Yeah.
So the first one we're looking at is the conversion of civic events tourism assistant for $10,600. You're okay with that? Okay. So that takes us down to 198.
So did we approve the transit one?
Not yet.
Okay, sorry. Talking about deficit is not from the same year. You're saying 190 deficit. You okay?
So, yeah, I've got 198,000 left. Lane, is that what you got? Okay.
Specifically 196.
Okay.
Give a few cents.
The public transit service expansion, it's 100,000. Does council want to put that in? Pardon me?
Use your, yeah, no, use your mic. You have
It's
to use your mic.
expanding the transit system for more routes.
We're going more routes.
Yep.
Is it to one particular community or is it across the city?
Oh,
I have no idea.
here,
It says
Jessica,
expanding the,
can you come up?
okay.
And the chair is already ready to speak to it. Councillor McKinnon.
Who is?
Thank you,
He's
Your
the chair.
Worship.
Okay.
Yeah, Councillor Twill, to your question, this will be expansion. There's been requests for East Royalty, Queen Elizabeth Hospital, and I think there was another one, Jessica. But there's a lot more students have moved out to the East Royalty area. They don't have cars, they need to get in, and there's no transit system. It's one of the weaker
We do the hospital now.
that they're there. I think it just started though. But that's why the original ask was 350,000, and now they'll be suffice if we can give them 100,000 to expand that transit service to the East Royalty area.
We've been doing the hospital.
Turn on your
Wow.
mic there.
So you're expanding the times?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the original request was for 350, and that would be expanding weekend and evening service to the QEH as requested,
Okay.
adding some Sunday service, and East Royalty as the third. The highest priority is East Royalty. That's where we get the most concern from. So if we put in 100,000, we could do East Royalty. If you want to put in 350, then you get the whole suite of options.
Okay. Well, we don't have
That's pretty
350, so.
No, we don't have that.
Do we want to do the 100,000?
Absolutely.
Okay. Everybody else?
Who's that? Someone from East Royalty? Hello?
Okay.
Or nine?
Yes, I was trying to raise my hand.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor?
I'd say put in the whole 350.
Well, if you do that, then you go into a deficit.
Well, then we can cut something else. I mean, transit
Oh,
is
I'm not
so
finished yet
important.
either.
Transit
I
is
don't
such
agree.
a priority. Yeah. Yeah, and we also have revenue to look at, so.
So, that 100,000, and what's that leave us, 96,000?
Yeah, it's up there in the,
Okay, so 96,000. So, do you just want to look at more of these new initiatives? There's a digital evidence management for 30, health and safety officer contract, $2,500. Make that, let's make that permanent for 2,500.
I think I need to
Put that
speak on behalf of the fire, Terry, Councillor Bernard, if you can give me a second.
Yeah, just 1 second, Judy. We're just working on the new initiative of health and safety officer to make it permanent for $2,500. So he's obviously on a contract. You okay with that? You
Yes.
okay with that? Yeah, okay. So 2,500, we're down to 94,500. So, well, you see what's left, senior procurement officer, 2 permanent platoon chief police, 30,000 for digital evidence management. I'm not even sure what that is. Digital evidence management, what's that?
I think it's police. Chief, digital evidence management.
Your Worship, through the Council, Bernard, that is monies to pay for software to allow us to manage and distribute to the courts vast volumes of digital information that we're processing.
Okay, so it's new technology.
Yeah, it's new technology, new expectations.
Yeah, okay. Everybody okay putting the 30,000 in for that? Yes?
Yes.
That's important in the role, yeah.
Okay.
And I do, this goes back to when we talk about where can we look, like if we're going to do grants or whatever, to Councillor Tweel's point earlier, because I really think when we look at we've moved our fire station into 24-hour shifts, and we have 4 platoons that are operating 24/7. We only have 2 platoon chiefs, and the role of the platoon chief within the fire department is essential to ensure the safe and effective operation of the 4 shifts. It's a leadership position that provides oversight, strategic decision making, and it's not like maybe we should have it. It's kind of something that's required. So I'm not sure how we're going to find a way, but we can't switch things and operate and have safety of our city and not have it properly staffed. So we have to kind of figure out a way to look at how we're going to incorporate that. We have 2. We need 2 more.
So where we're at now, Councilor McCabe, is there's 64,000 left as a surplus budget, unless there on that sheet that the management gave you, there's revenue increases. If we're looking for more revenue, those are the possibilities. Increase sport rental fees by 50%. Parking meter ticket revenue goes up 50% for parking ticket fines. Parking meter revenue, 25% increase. Or records check revenue, 100% increase. And that would give you 461,000?
461,000.
And what about those sheets above where it was all the like recommendations that we could do to make cuts in all the different areas? Was that already kind of cut?
Yep.
That was already cut. So we're just going to give topsoil to people. We're not going to topsoil. Those are all that's going to happen.
You mean the list that we gave you at the start?
Yeah.
Just we took 1, 2, 3, 4. We took 5 off that list as cut.
Okay.
So the 5.
Could we go back and look at some of that to make up the loss?
Well, 2 of the big ones on that we already took off, 175 and 154, and then another 55,000 for studies and intergovernmental projects, and then another 25 off the Islanders grant. So you have 5,000 for discontinued printed copy, 5,000 for development of new web video assets, reductions in the East Link or Bell Alliance, or 25% increase in net operating revenue from parkades. So again, it's revenue increase.
Okay.
I'd really like to see, though. I mean, I'm not in a position to say that we can operate. I don't know how we're going to operate platoons with only 2 people, because in a day when people are working smarter, not harder, we're going to have to figure out a way to supplement what we've committed to in previous years. So,
but that's
not sure.
So that cost was what? Is that that's the 300,000?
300,000. Yeah.
Okay.
And they had asked for a lot more than that, for more positions and stuff, but they're saying that this is certainly something that they can work in. They'll come back looking next year for the extra positions, but we're going to have to find a way to staff this.
But additional police officers, 399,000, and then additional record clerks, 143. So.
And the planning one for was it building inspector?
Yeah, but that's under half. That's half. That's already being.
Guys, I think we need to look at.
Just let me finish.
What we need to find the money to support what's needed based on what they're telling us operationally.
But the half
too somehow. So if that means, like Councillor Tweel said, we have to no longer do $400,000 in grants because we need 2 platoon chiefs. I'm guessing the residents of the city would rather know that they're safe in fire coverage than whether or not certain community groups are getting money. So I think we really, when we're in a tight time this year, we have to really look at this.
Just let me get back to Housing Auxiliary Fund. That's federal money that's covering those positions already in planning. But again, Councillor Bernard, this whole budget process we went through just shows how tight it is for all of us. And it's not just Charlottetown. Summerside, all the communities, because of the on level, the level playing field, there's not a level playing field for revenue sharing. So we have to go back and ask for more. So if we can't get it in this, before we present this budget is not locked in. If we get more funding, we will be coming back, correct?
Well, the budget's to be presented a week from tonight.
So I think, can we go back and revisit what Councillor Tweel said and not approve?
We have to negotiate more. We cannot, if we think we're going to be stuck with this 1.8? Like, if we're stuck with this 1.8, well, if. Yeah.
You got to work with what we have, Your Worship.
You
Well,
know,
then-
you know we are. I mean, you
Well,
sent an
then-
email around March 7th, right?
Yeah, so then, so what we have to do is either we cut more, and again, if you go back to the grants, Meals for Wheels, or Meals on Wheels, Boys and Girls Club, these are, these organizations are depending on our contribution. And same with kids' sport, there's money there for kids' sport. Seniors are seniors, like, there's a lot of money in that grants that are partnerships that we want to keep.
What can we cut in ours, in our mayor and council budget? What can we cut somewhere else? I mean, to me, I think that we have to look at the safety of and operations of the city, and we don't want to have to cut those services or put people at
We want
risk.
to, we want to show that we're, talking the talk.
we
Mayor and council take a 5% cut.
We just went through the budget. We went through every department. That's why we went through it. And everybody agreed where we are now. So I think people questioned if there was possible cuts. I mean, we are where we are right now with $64,000 surplus. So unless you want to recommend some cuts,
Okay.
that can happen. But
Can I just?
Or increases.
I mean, the position we're in now is a heck of a lot better than we were at the 1st of March when it was supposed to be 11 million in deficit.
Yeah.
And then 7.
I appreciate all your work, Councillor Bernard. I know it's not easy.
Yeah, I'm
No,
saying
we're not
that.
asking.
All I'm saying is, where we are, would I love to find another 500,000? Yeah.
So it is little past 8. I have to ask for an extension. So moved by Councillor McKinnon, second by Councillor Ramsey. All in favor?
In favor?
Councillor Drawn?
Yeah, in favor.
Councillor McCabe?
Yeah.
Okay, so back to it.
In favor?
Thank you, John. Councillor McKinnon?
Thank you, Your Worship. I know Councillor Bernard mentioned the procurement officer. Have we touched on that one or just skip over it? I know it was mentioned. What? The senior procurement officer.
Yeah.
Officer.
I think it's something that we definitely need. We've been preaching about that we need a procurement bylaw person. My question is, we do have a purchasing staff person now at a certain level, and I'm not sure how the city levels work. But do we need to go to a pay scale of 120,000, which is more than our assistant managers? Can we not just pay them one step higher than the purchasing officer that the city has now? So I think we need it. I think it's something that should be added in, but
I don't think the procurement officer is going to develop the procurement bylaw. That's been going on.
No, but
I'd like to have the procurement bylaw in place first.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're
I would
saying-
agree. I think you probably have to have a bylaw for someone to be able to follow before we hire staff to roll out the bylaw.
But you're suggesting to take an existing staff and provide him or her the opportunity to do that job. Is that correct?
No, not suggesting that. Like, we keep the purchasing staff person that we have. And if we do hire another, what do you call it, a senior procurement officer, just reduce the salary that we're gonna pay, to make it a cheaper.
Who's our procurement officer? Connie
We don't have
McGowan?
one yet. Connie is your purchasing officer that you have.
Yeah, we don't know, no.
I
That was
didn't.
my apology, I apologize. Okay, we got that on, you have that noted? Councilor Bernard, do you have his opinion noted? He was looking at the procurement.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Councilor Twill, you're
I
on?
think what I heard was, not at this time.
Okay.
So you get a
Go ahead.
procurement policy in place.
Hello, thank you. Just want to go back to Councillor Bernard. You know, we were in a conversation there looking at the sheet that we have in front of us of the proposed mitigations and budget reductions, and we identified that we did 5 of them. Everything from the Islander grant, studies and reports, street patching materials, et cetera. You know, when we're looking at, trying to mitigate some of this, we're doing all the cutting here, and whereabouts are we with Eastlink and Bell Alliance, like from our partners, at a 5% increase? There's $110,000 right there. Like, I don't know how drastic that hurts their bottom line with having a reduction, but you have it here as a proposal, you know, to the tune of $110,000 between the two of them. Don't know what that ultimately does for their bottom line, but
Just turn on your mic, please.
I think, did these two not get back to us? I thought East Link had no room to move, and I don't know what Carrie said. But did anybody get back?
Sorry, Wayne's not here.
Okay.
I did get a response back that I was copied on from Bell Alliant, and they just indicated that they'd have to consult with their board of directors on that.
Okay. And how long ago was that, Dan?
I believe that was about a week, 10 days ago, probably.
And so would they have an answer yet, or is the Board of Governors not met yet?
We haven't passed the budget request yet, so nothing really has been accelerated with them in terms of bringing forward those cuts.
Okay.
Okay.
so
Okay,
we're
Councilor
looking into it,
Tarrant.
or, so what are we doing?
Well,
I mean,
they didn't get an answer back
Can
yet.
I just
Okay.
clarify something for that?
Yeah, can you say something there?
Yeah, just to clarify on that, Counselor, with both of those organizations, we have a legally binding agreement with them that we would cover operational shortfalls, so their projection is what it is. But if we ask them now to try to find a 5% reduction, then they should be able to try to work towards that the same as we are with our budget. And at the end of the day, we are responsible for whatever the deficit is, but at least at this point, we're asking them to make the effort to try to do exactly what we're doing in this chamber right now.
The only concern I would have is if we do that, and then they say sure, and then at the end of the year, we just run a deficit, then we got $100,000 we got to find at the end of the year. Right? Because we're responsible anyway.
I don't know.
So,
Okay.
yep.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thanks. Just wondering what, in terms of hiring, we could reduce costs by 25% if we just did staggered hiring, because really by the time the budget's passed, it's April 1st. By the time we start recruiting, it's going to be July, so we already get a 25% savings in hiring. So there's a way there in terms of our operational budget. I mean, we're not going to solve all the problems tonight, folks, that's for sure.
Well, that's where the 154 came from, when it's under protective services, delay in hiring. That's where that came from, because they're going to be hired later.
Gotcha. And just a reminder while I have the mic, because I might not get it another chance, I did say that I was requesting that in terms of public transit service expansion, that we keep that whole amount in there, because the importance of the transit. I mean, we have struggles with parking downtown and all these other things that go with it, and the importance of expanding our transit, so just throwing it out there.
Councilor Ramsey?
Thank you.
Yeah, well, we're looking at putting 300,000 back in for the two chiefs. Why don't we just go with the middle one there, the revenue increases? Like parking and all that, just raise all that.
Well, so that's up to council.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, that's just my idea, like, because as of now, we need at least $300,000,
well,
right?
Increase sport field rentals by 50%.
Yeah.
Gives you $15,000. Parking meter ticket revenue increased 50%, so that's the, I'm assuming that's the parking meter rate goes up 50%. I'm assuming that, is that correct? Parking ticket fines, well, the fine goes up, that's the parking ticket. 200 grand, what that will raise. If you want to raise that 50%. Parking meter revenue, increase in paid parking rate at the meters, you increase that 25%. And records check revenue, I'm not sure, oh yes, the record checks, okay. 100% increase in fees associated with criminal record checks. It will bring in 22,000.
Yeah, I don't know.
Those are up to council.
I would agree with that if it meant being able to run our city safely. Then maybe people will follow the rules too. Win-win.
see, your sports field rentals, like, you don't have to touch that if you just touch, like, the two that are in the middle, right? The parking meter revenue, and that gives you 423,000, and you can leave the other two alone, if you wanted to, or we're gonna have to go through everything and try and find $300,000 somewhere else. I mean, something's gotta be cut, right?
That's right.
Councillor McAleer has a comment. Councillor McAleer?
No, no, thank you. Councillor McKinnon had addressed it on the procurement by-offs, or procurement bylaw officer. And anyway, if it's not going to be, it's probably going to be the year before we're got the bylaw in place, and probably the first of next year before we can fill the staff. So I don't. I think we can forego that. And yeah, just to what Councillor Ramsey's saying here on parking revenue, it just. Anyway, this is a challenge. Like you talk about trying to increase your, traffic for downtown, and then you go double the rates. Anyway, it's anyway difficult to make these decisions. But I'd maybe somewhere between these increases here that we're talking about on the parking and the metering and council budget, we can come up with $300,000 or $400,000 possibly. Thank you.
And your worship, if I could say, I would support what Sue recommended, maybe to at least have the conversation with our partners to kind of encourage them to see if there are ways that they can cut their needs too.
Councillor Bernard, any comments about cutting back?
What was that, Councillor McKay?
Where we could ask Eastlink and Bell Alliant to have a look at their own budget. We wouldn't count on that because we won't know the prediction, but at least to see if they could consider making some cuts to their ask by 5% or whatever.
Well, the 5% amounts to $55,000 for Eastlink, and Bell Aligned $385. So a little over 111,000.
It's still money in our pocket, right? If they can save, then we can save, and then we can.
But if they, okay. I think what Sue said.
I'm not saying to count on it. I said it's just a good idea. She suggested at least asking them to have a look.
Yeah, no, good point. Anything else, guys? Councillor Twill, your mic is on, hot mic.
Yeah, I remember back when we were going through the operational budget, and there was a suggestion of 100% increase, and now it's 50%.
In
Folks,
what?
What?
In parking fines or parking meters?
Sports field
Yes.
rentals. And you might not think that's a lot of money, but it is to these different sporting organizations. I'd personally like to cut that 50% down to 25%. We're trying to encourage our residents to get involved in sports and recreation, whether it's passive or active. So let's make it affordable. So I'd like to cut that in half.
That's not even agreed on.
No, I know.
Okay.
So, so the increased sport field rentals by 25%, what you're suggesting, right? That'll bring in $7,500 revenue.
That's right.
What if you did the same with the other two? Instead of the 50% increase in parking ticket fines, you did 25%, and that brings in $100,000. And then the second one below that, it's already at a 25% increase for $200,000, so that'll give you $300,000. Does the council have an appetite for that?
Wait, now parking meter revenue is 25% increase in paid
So
parking
the
rates.
first one
Yeah.
is 25%, sport field rentals by 25%.
Gotcha,
The second one, instead of 50%, do 25%.
gotcha,
That give you 100,000.
gotcha.
The third one is already at 25% for 225. So you'd have 300 and
Leave
35,000.
that, you're gonna leave that 25% in parking rates at meters. You're gonna leave that?
well, that's what I'm asking council.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Councillor
because
Beck?
then we're going to be able to hire the two platoon chiefs.
Well, there's also police officers, there's also public transit expansion, there's also a treatment plant for water and wastewater, electrical instrument.
But they've already prioritized, your worship, so
I
we're
know,
going
no,
to go
but,
down their list, right?
but there are other positions here, instrumentation. Councillor Beck?
How many more meetings are we having about the operational budget?
As many as you want.
It has to be passed by next Monday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're hoping to get it done tonight.
Yeah.
So it's almost done. We have a balanced budget so far. They're trying to get some other new initiatives in. So if you guys want to go ahead with those three, that's an extra $330,000.
What three are you referring to?
I'm referring
'Cause
to
we've got a
20
lot, we get a lot of
20
things on the
What
table.
Mitchell
here.
mentioned there, the 25% sports field rentals.
Yeah. See that, where it says mitigation revenue increases?
Yeah, okay, so it went from 50 to 25.
Yep.
So that cuts it in half.
So in the yellow, and then the second one is 25 for 100,000, and the third one, 25% for 225,000. So you have a little over 340.
So there's 340.
That parking meter revenue should be switched after you.
All right.
He's saying parking meter, parking meter tickets revenue, 50% increase. He said, cut that to 25%.
Cut that to 25.
Parking meter revenue, 25% increase in.
You'll see it in the yellow.
Just
where it
leave
says-
that the same?
Leave it at 223,000.
So three, okay, I'm just trying to find it here.
Yeah.
And cut the other one in half. So 330, 350, okay, 342.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, John. Councillor McAleer, go ahead.
I just, I'm in agreement with Councillor McCabe's thing there on mayor and council. I think that we should be taking a slice out of something. We've asked, we've asked all departments. They've answered the bell. Somewhere, either our public relations. I just think I just think it's the right thing to do to some degree.
Well, as I said, if you look at mayor and council, it's going from 413,000 to 489,000. So we could, as a council, mayor and council, say, we're not taking the increase. That's 75,000, 76,000. We're going to have to practice what we preach.
Yeah, what about public relations as well?
Public relations, what do you want to cut that? That cuts into all the events that we have for our city residents.
Well, what's everybody else think?
No, but what do you think?
John, I looked at it, and I mean, it's pretty shallow. I mean, if you have the breakdown for public relations, there's the Christmas campaign, there's New Year's levy, there's seniors events. The only thing I can see, I'm not sure what unforeseen events is. And I'm looking at an old budget book that may not even be in the new one, just in a sec.
Yeah. But Councillor McAleer, I'm going back to the increase, you'll see it, 413,000 to 489,000. That's for mayor and council.
So why don't you do this, guys? Right now, if you go through those three that we said, there's 340,000, and if you want to get East Link and Bell to reduce by 5%, it's another 110, you're at 440,000. But you're going to have to end it somewhere.
If they can find the 5%.
That's my point here. Can I
Well,
go
as
here
of
at
tonight,
this point?
I mean,
Just one second.
We're not,
Just one second. Okay. Councillor Matart.
Can we go back to, I guess I just want to point out, I want to, bit concerned at the possibly raising the parking meter revenue for 25% increase. There's lots of challenges faced right now with people coming downtown and trying to find parking.
especially with tariffs coming, I know.
When tariffs, I don't know what, I think tonight we don't have enough information, or at least I don't, to understand what that really means. We talk about increasing taxes, it's always contentious, increasing parking. This is a rate at a meter, so what is it for an hour out there? Like a dollar? $2, you know, so you're increasing that to $2.50 type of thing, or, you know, and then if someone's there all day, then you're, you know, $2 or $3 more a day, those types of things. I'm not sure, are we just ready to make that kind of decision here tonight to say we're increasing 25% of our parking meters and then deal with, we have no public consultation on that, we've had no feedback, we haven't done we haven't done anything to garner the temperature of that, even from our downtown business partners. DCI and those people who rely on the parking and stuff. So I think that's a pretty rush decision here for this evening. That's my opinion. So I don't think I could support that this evening on.
Well,
And we approved a parking strategy that they're supposed to do, right? Where's that?
That's being done.
No, yeah. Councilor Bernard?
so, again, right now, we're at $64,000 surplus. So, do we want to end it there? Because this is presented in a week, and you got to give staff time to put the budget document together.
Hold on, Councilor Twill, just one sec, go ahead.
I think, you know, if you look at this exercise and the official, or the operational budget, capital budget, like I said before, they're working documents. We're going to add, we're going to delete. We just need something where we're within range, which is reasonable, and the community can say, okay, it looks okay, because we're not going to be able to do everything in the budget anyway. We know that from a capital perspective, but from an operational, you know, that's why I raised the question earlier about funding, and believe me, those are all respectful organizations. But like I said, some of them started out at 25,000, then they shoot up to 75,000, and you know what, we'll just ask for the pie in the sky, and the city will give it to us. And I mean, and this is what's happening here. This is what's happening. I go back to providing those essential services, core services. And you can reference all the other municipalities in this province. Not one of them are full-service communities. The province comes in and plays a critical role in helping with their capital and operational costs. Whereas in the capital city, you know, 9 times out of 10, we're going alone, and we do get some assistance, but not nearly enough. And then we're trying to provide, you know, funding to all these different organizations. And it's great to read them out. I mean, you know, they're all great organizations, but like, what are we as a municipality, and what are we trying to accomplish when it comes to a capital and operational? Like, what is our ultimate responsibility? What is our true mandate?
Partners in the community.
Partners?
We're partners in the community.
Okay, so partners at the expense of essential services, Mr. Mayor?
Well,
no, I mean.
Meals on Wheels is essential service
You
for
know
some
what, see, we're
seniors.
getting into a philosophical, no, hold it.
Yeah,
We're
that's
getting
what it
into
is.
a philosophical debate, right? So when I say to Chief McConnell, we need more police officers on the street, we need them foot patrols, we need to do more drug busts and all that. He said, well, I only got so much to work with, but I hear from constituents that are wanting these services. So what is the constituency? Maybe we need to go to a public meeting and say, here's what we're proposing. Constituents, you tell us what you want.
We're elected to do that. And
No, hold it now.
and the
We do
Boys
go
and
through
Boys
a-
and Girls
we-
Club, that's an
See,
essential
here we go.
service.
You know what?
Oh, you're-
You can't do that, Mr. Mayor. I didn't.
But Philip, there's another example.
I didn't isolate one of these outside agencies. You're bringing them out forward, and then all of a sudden they're saying now they're debating us. I'm not debating any one of them. I'm talking about it from a philosophical perspective. See, and you know, that's not what I was proposing here tonight. But you're bringing out these different organizations, and it making it look like that, you know, I'm not trying to cut them. I'm trying to say, what is our ultimate responsibility? What is our true mandate? We're a full-service community.
Like Summerside.
No, Summerside's not a full-service community.
Yes, it is. It's a
Oh,
fully
is it?
service. Yes.
Oh, are they?
Yes.
Since when?
Mr. Jenkins,
Listen.
Mr. Jenkins, coming from Municipal Affairs, is Summerside a fully serviced municipality?
They would offer similar level of services to Charlottetown.
Yes. Councilor Bernard.
That's not getting us ahead here.
No, I know it's not getting us
Councilor
ahead,
Bernard.
but
So what we need to do is find some resolve here in the budget. So Right now.
Can I bring
right
up
now, we're good for
1.2?
64,000.
Just
Go
one
ahead.
sec, let Councillor Bernard finish. Go ahead, Councillor Bernard.
So we're in for 64,000. So what's left that people want put in the budget if we can?
Okay, Councillor McCabe, what else do you want to put in the budget?
Oh, I definitely want the 2 platoon officers.
Do we need them this
I
year?
also, pardon me?
Do we need them this year or can they wait a year?
Yes, no, they need those this year. Those are a need. And the $100,000 transit expansion, of course. I'm with Councillor Yankoff. I think we really need to invest there. But can I just say one thing when they battled on these grants?
Well,
I noticed where, as a city, we gave, what?
The public transit.
We gave, it's already approved. Okay, so for me, it's the 2 platoon chiefs. And from what I understand, you're telling me there's 12 officers to be hired within the city. So that's good. But when I look at the grants, Councillor Bernard, the Boys and Girls Club, we give them $20,925. It's recommended for this year, which is an increase of $925. They're also receiving funding from the Building Safer Communities over the next 2 years that's not paid by the city, but it's a good substantial amount of money, similar to the Inner City Life Skills Camp are on this agreement for this year, next year, and you got the city's given a grant for $1,400 to that program. Like maybe we could look at areas there where we could cut some money in the grants too, that we could put back into our budget.
If memory serves me right, I don't think we gave the Boys and Girls Club that money last year because of that grant that.
Yeah, it's in the budget that we did and that we are.
It's in the budget this year. But if they're getting.
If they're getting that other money, maybe, you know.
If it's in it
maybe
this
they
year,
don't-
it'll probably come out if we know that they're having that funding.
Yeah. So I think there's things to look at that could be tightened up. But yes, I won't be supporting the budget without the platoon chiefs. Thank you.
Sorry.
CAO, did you want to add?
Yes, Your Worship. If everyone can go to the very back end of your package, where you have 3 pages of grants, and I know there's been several references to 400,000. 400,000 is just a portion, it's one of the sections related specifically to community grants. But we have $7 million worth of grants or taxes in lieu or different kinds of programs that we have in place with partners in the community, all valuable programs. But what the CFO is suggesting, and I think he's mentioned it earlier, that we can come back to this as a more fulsome conversation, to Councillor Tweel's point and others that want to talk about this at a higher level. We're not going to be able to do that tonight. We're trying to present as a balanced budget to take into Monday's noontime meeting, which we have to do tonight. So we need to finish the conversation of what you want to see in the budget, and then we'll commit to working with you to see where we can find money in this larger document that's at the tail end of your package, which is over $7 million worth of programs and grants and other supports to community.
So, but how much of that 7 million is contractual agreements?
There's a considerable amount.
I think there's an outline there's a whole section that speaks to agreement council commitment.
First section.
Yeah, it is there.
Like 2.7 is.
If I may, there's roughly
61 to 63.
Yeah, there's
are the
roughly
pages.
3 million in contractual obligations for grants. The biggest are Kerry and Eastlink, and the tax and lieu grant with the airport. We also have one, or the Building Safer Communities grants there for $334,000. Most of the other grants are not contractual obligations, but there's been longstanding expectation of support, I guess.
So would it be fair to say that we're looking for $300,000 for the 2 platoon chiefs, and then we're good? Is that fair? Is that what we're looking for?
Councillor Matard?
I'm not addressing his question. I just want to say, thank you, Sue, for wrapping that. I think that's exactly what we were trying to get to all night, and especially through Councillor Tweel's comments. This was not, in my interpretation, was never about what's in the 400,000. And Deputy Yankoff and I have said here many times tonight, there are many grants, programs across each of the departments, and that's what we need to look holistically at and determine where our strategy is around there going forward and putting our priorities of the city in where this aligns as this holistic overview. So thank you for kind of wrapping that all back up to that point, and I think that's where we need to be looking at to find additional funds to support some of these initiatives like the platoon chief positions from there.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair, but if we push this budget through with all these documents, that means they remain in place, correct? On page 61, 62, 63. If not, then.
I think
No,
the money
the grants,
remains-
the
money
grants for the
remains.
400,000 is what we have to come back to. Everything else has been earmarked. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lane, or.
Correct. Most of the other grants are individual budget lines in a number of different departments.
The only category left is the 400,000 for the grants.
Yeah. What my suggestion would be is that if we wanted to come back and have a more fulsome discussion on the grants in their entirety, is that we could approve the budget subject, but the grants component of the budget would be subject to a later review later on. So we can get the budget done, then come back and have another evening meeting to review them in more depth.
But I know there will be associations like Old Home Week, the Moonlight Bazaar. A lot of these organizations will be looking at this budget to say, oh, okay, the money's there. Are you saying that we extrapolate this from the budget? We can't, because that is part of our expenses, correct? This page 61, 62, 63. That's why, again, the argument is you have to go through it, whether it's the 400,000 or is it the money going towards economic development, arts and culture grants. These are all the areas that we have to, and they're itemized. There's names to them. Federation Center, the Guild.
Yeah. So
How do you do it, sir?
I got a clarification question because is the 400,000 that we're looking for under community grants the only room for movement? Because I heard earlier there was 7 million and 3.5 of that was contractual, which leaves 3.5 million. So of the 3.5 million, 400,000 is for community grants.
Community grants, yes.
Correct.
So what's the other 3.1 million is what?
There's a host of them. There's.
They're all on page 61,
Arts and culture
Can you move on
grants, there's event hosting grants, there's economic development and tourism, heritage, sustainability.
Charlottetown Islanders.
Charlottetown Islanders.
These are the ones we already went through.
I don't think council has, no.
No, but we went through and there was reasons to keep them in.
Parks and Recreation has grants, Water and Sewer has grants.
But, Mr. Chair, and with Lane and our director, there are names, organizations in all these three lists, right, sir?
Yes.
There are names. They're PEI Pride Festival, the national event, televised TBA, Charlottetown's, everything's named there. So Charlottetown Islanders.
We don't usually pass this with the budget.
Yet, well,
No,
this is this is
do
part of the
this-
total of our expenses, correct? Lane?
Yes.
Yeah.
So what we could do, if you look at the first page where those community grants are listed.
61?
61.
Yeah.
You'll see that there's a request there. The second column is their request, and then we just have an unallocated budget amount of 400,000. So what we could do is for all of those categories in our contractual arrangements, we could take out the individual budget allocation amount, and then just put in a budget allocation to come at a meeting following, so that we approve the funding in total, but that leaves council with some room to make some reallocations between, or make some reductions, or increase some of those grants.
Which we've done in the past.
Yeah.
But does that mean we take them out? Like, do we, like, for example, the BIS, does that come right out? If we say, no, we don't want that, but we've already passed in the budget?
In the past, all we've had in there was what was requested.
Yeah, but that was in the budget itself, and that was expensed to the budget, correct?
So
I
on-
understand, there's 400,000 here that's budgeted for,
Community grants. That
Yes.
we have not, we
and I
have
don't
not-
think you're going to find 300,000 out of that, but I think what he's suggesting is you can put in what's requested and leave the rather blank, which is what we used to do, and council would decide how much they were going to get. But I don't think you're going to find 300,000 there.
No, we'd have to go through the list. I'd say go through the list tonight. Yeah, no, but guys, we have to do it. This budget,
What we should do is take the advice of our chief administrative officer.
yeah.
Let's get the budget passed tonight, and as far as the grants and whatnot, let's turn that back over to our CAO and our directors and our manager of finance, and let them look at it from a global perspective. They've heard the discussion here tonight, and come back with some recommendations. Let's do that. Let's get this, what we need to get done here as far as what the city is mandated to do, and then we can take a week or 10 days or whatever the case may be to further explore what the possibilities are. That's what our CAO recommended, and I'm in full support of her recommendation.
Councilor Tweel, I understand what you're saying, but again, there will be organizations that will be looking at this document and saying, okay, 10,000, we're looking at our 10,000. Then we come back as a council in an open meeting, we're going to have to slash, we have to, like, something has to be done now. I just don't want to put a budget out there to say, okay, people look at it, and then 2 weeks later, we said, no, that wasn't true.
What I might suggest is that rather than disclosing the individual charities and their requests in the budget document, we would just show a budget allocation. In the case of economic development, tourism and cultural, where the BIS is, rather than listing, 15 or 20 individual charities, just say that we've approved a budget of $389,000. And then we would come back with a more fulsome document that would list what council has discussed and approved.
I don't agree with that. I don't, because these organizations have submitted applications, made requests to council, made requests to City Hall for this funding. Council, if you want to do that and put this all in one big package and say, let's cut $500,000, and then who decides what organizations get lined up? I just don't want to do that. Councilor Beck.
I would say that would be departments, we approve the money and they decide what departments get it based on the criteria. We've always supposed to have a grant criteria, right? So that when these places meet the criteria, each department should be able to determine that.
Well, if they're on this list, they must have met the grant criteria, because we set that
But
criteria.
if we have to reduce, Philip, then they'll have to be able to figure out how to do that,
Well,
Your Worship. Because I don't think that we can justify doing grants when we can't justify providing operational safety.
I don't agree with that. I just said one way that we can look at reducing our mayor and council is that instead of taking that $79,000 increase for mayor and council, suspend it. That's one part. Councilor Matard.
Well, one, I just want to clarify that Mr. Jenkins just indicated by nodding that, no, these have not gone through the grant process. Well, so I think we want to clarify that. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, so the evaluation matrix for the community grants that finance does, those have not been evaluated, so some of those may not come forward for a recommendation from.
That's the 400,000.
Okay.
That's not all the other ones.
Okay, and another option we to think about here is, maybe we're looking at this, but they're going to have to take a decrease possibly.
Decrease what?
2, 3, 4, 5% decrease in their ask.
What's that, Justin?
It's still giving something, a decrease in their ask possibly, like a certain percentage of what they've asked for. We're making cuts. We're looking at, cutting various areas. So BIS, using that just as an example, they're asking for 15, maybe they take 5% discount. I don't know. I'm just throwing out some ideas here. We're talking about.
They asked for 15, they're down to 10.
Let's leave it with it.
Again, that's a discussion that can come to us in recommendation. It's just where are we going to get the money for the new initiatives that we need?
Councilor Tweel, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate it one more time. Let's conclude here tonight. Let's leave the grants and that whole part of the equation with our senior administration. Let them look at it. Again, they've heard the discussion here tonight, and come back with some ideas and some recommendations. I mean, look, folks, we've been at this now for how long?
Yeah. Oh, I've been at budget meetings a lot longer than this. Councilor McKinnon.
Well, what's that supposed to mean?
Councilor McKinnon.
I kind of disagree with Councilor Tweel to just to kind of conclude this now and put it back, I think we need to settle what's going on here. And I'd also like as Councillor McCabe mentioned, for the safety, community safety, I would like to see the 3 police officers. I don't know how we're gonna get the money in there, but I think we need to increase our police staff as well, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chair, go ahead.
No, I just think when you're looking at the grants, like the event hosting grants, I mean, you're just not going to find $300,000 there. I mean, you have diverse city multicultural event, $15,000. George Trainer Hockey Holiday Classic, $5,000. Gold Cup Parade, $15,000. Harness Racing PEI, $5,000. Jack Frost, $30,000. Moonlight Bazaar, $15,000. Like, you know, they're not big numbers. Charlottetown Scarecrow Festival, $10,000. National event, PEI Pride, $10,000. Music Festival, $15,000. Like,
Get the Guild, Grant and Lou. Again, guys, Councillor Beck?
Well, kind of to what, it could be death by 1,000 cuts. I mean, we're not looking at taking majorly away from any one of these deserving entities that we support. But maybe we do have to take, maybe it is a 5% reduction right across all of these allocations. And so you take, since we're talking about the BIS, let's go back to the BIS. So they get 9,000, whatever, 5% of $10,000, $500 less, $9,500 instead of $10,000. So they're still getting the bulk of their grant or whatever allocation we're giving them, but we're taking that from a whole bunch of areas. And that might be an exercise to see. We do have some contractual agreements that we have to fulfill. So you keep those, and then you look at maybe if we just do a right across the board kind of look for this year and say, in order to get through this year and possibly next year, we may have to look at something like that. So, you know, then we come back with a dollar amount and it says we've got X amount of dollars and here's what we can go back and looking at our proposed new initiatives, what can we reasonably accommodate from that? So I think probably the best approach might be an across the board, smaller cuts right across the board on all the organizations that we're doing. So we're still supporting them to a large extent, just not to the extent that we might have liked to do otherwise.
What do you think of that, Chair?
Yep.
Good?
Yeah.
Everybody in favor?
Do we have an idea, Dan, what 5% might look like?
Yeah, just. No, you can't take.
No,
the
some
agreement.
of it's contractual.
Yeah.
It's about 3 million, so.
And are we referring to, we look at status quo from last year and 5% less of status quo? Or are we saying 5% less of all these new asks?
No, just go to page 61, 62, go to.
So BIS for this year,
5%, all in that,
they
25,
requested 15,000. And we've approved 10,000.
Go right down the list.
So we would be looking at whatever that column letter is and just adjusting, making minor adjustments. And Dan could play with 5%, 3%,
Lane
whatever.
and Mr. Jenkins, what's left of that 7 million that you could take at 5%?
Well, if we took 5% of 2 million, that's 100,000.
Yeah. So that's what we had?
Well, you kind of have to look at each one to see where we are. Like even the BIS, you know, they didn't get any last year. It's a celebration grant. It's kind of a new thing. There would be some of those community grants I know that probably won't pass the evaluation matrix based on financial need. So I think we need to dig into these a little bit to really have a meaningful discussion. But certainly I would say that there's room to make some savings.
There's what, Dan?
I think there's some room to make some savings that might be able to be used towards some of the important new initiatives that we're that we're talking about.
So those savings would be, you said 100 for two. So you're looking at also eliminating some of these grants, not based on the, because they didn't align with the criteria?
Well, there is an evaluation matrix that finance has for the community grants, but there may be some of the other grants that really haven't come to light until we really tried to pull a list together across the city. Some of these finance doesn't have deep knowledge on, so we'd want to consult with the departments and see what room there might be for revisiting some of them.
Laurel, did you want to say something? Thank you.
I'll just hop a little closer. On the event grant side of things, I was just going to say, if there's a percentage that you're trying to get to cut, it would probably make more sense for Wayne and I to have a conversation internally about that, because some of these organizations leverage other levels of government funding based on what the city is providing. So if you're looking for 5% overall, it may make sense, for example, to take $25,000 from the $125,000 grant, then cut from everyone. So it might just not be as simple as it looks like at the surface.
That's the way it was explained.
But
to me,
there's a method here, 5% and some other possibilities. I know we did develop a new grant policy. I think, Councillor McCabe, you were the chair of that, finance and
No, I
administration.
wasn't the chair, but I know that Councillor Duran and I were both on the committee, and we both pushed hard to have some sort of a criteria. And my point is, I bet you some of these places haven't even applied. It was been an automatic that it's just happened, and that was part of the criteria. So it would be interesting to see who actually even applied for grants this year.
No. Well, again, yeah, they should be all going through the same filter, like subsidies to swim clubs, figure skating, like, there's a lot here that I'm sure they've been at our desk looking for money in the past, so I don't think anything get under the radar. So what are we doing here? We're gonna we have to come back. We have to, yeah, I know, no, but we have to come back sooner than later. Councillor Bernard, what do you want to do?
Well, ideally, I'd like to have agreement on the budget tonight as a balanced budget of 64,000, and then that we could have another meeting over the grants to see if we can find more money. But right now, I think you approve it as it is, see if we can find the money, because right now what it comes down to is we're really trying to get the chief platoon positions of 300,000. So we have 64,000 now. So let staff go through the grants. And I know we've gone through these before, and I know there's been some cutbacks on them. Some can't be removed, as to Laurel's point. But you know what? If they come up with 50 or 60,000, then that will take us over 100,000, and you still have a couple other reductions that we can look at with the two facilities.
What about mitigations and revenue increases? Are you leaving those out?
Well, I'm not sure there's an appetite for that.
It's not an appetite?
For police?
No, for the mitigation revenue increases.
No, the only reason I brought it up to your worship was those things is because if he didn't want to cut from from all the departments, that was a way of getting some. But, like if they're not going to fly, they're not going to fly, like the parking meters and all that.
Don't forget the transit.
Deputy? So, and the deputy's looking at, instead of 100,000 for the transit, she wants 350.
What's that?
She's asking for 350 for the transit, and then you're looking at for fire 300 and
Well,
300.
300.
So that's 650.
I don't think there's a whole lot of flesh left in the bone, folks. No. So, either you're going to be raising revenues, or you're going to be cutting services. Right now, we have a bad.
I think we need to look and see what they've recommended, and that is what we've seen tonight. They have recommended 100,000 for public transit for this year. They looked at
If there was money there, yes.
Yeah, exactly. We've agreed that until we get a procurement bylaw, we'll just park the procurement officer. The permanent chiefs are right there underneath the 10,000 we put in. So we're looking for about 410,000. And we already put the expansion 100,000. So we're really only looking for 300,000.
Yep.
We have to find $300,000. Yep, you're right. That's all we have to find. I think it's not up to us to negotiate right now. We should look at what the staff have recommended. And that's where we're at tonight. Where are we going to find $300,000? If we can find 300, I'll support it. Thank you.
Councillor Beck?
I mean, we've had various things. We've had a request to get the 3 officers back on.
Yeah.
We've had a request to get $350,000 in transit here
Yeah.
tonight. So
It's not
we're
just-
going 300 for platoon, 400 for police officers, an additional, we're back up to $1 million.
Yeah.
So.
Just wait till the street crime gets heavy though, Norm,
No,
Councillor Beck, because
just let
we
him-
approved.
Councillor McCabe, just let him finish.
Yeah. So
Go ahead.
at the end of the day, we're either going to look at our middle box there and try and find revenue from there, which doesn't seem to be a really palatable option. Or we go into looking at the possible combinations that we can arrive at some revenue cutting. Take what Laurel said, consider the other options, and maybe we have to look at either a bit of big, a bit of small.
Yeah.
But let Dan Lane play with that. Kind of to Councillor Tweel's point, you've heard kind of the nature of the discussion here tonight. Obviously, we'd love to satisfy all the needs that we can. What can we accommodate at the end based on these final adjustments that we're trying to make? I think we've kind of gone through the main part of it here. I think we've got a budget in principle. I think we can say we're safe in approving that. We just have to make sure that we haven't got it completely finalized pending what they say.
And we need to have a collective decision on, do we need more police officers? Do we need more, like, and I know what,
100%,
like,
100%.
all votes are important.
Yeah.
All votes. So that's why, that's why I think that we have to do this as a group and not as, okay, this is what I want. We're working as a group here. And I'm going to turn it back to you, Chairman. What do you think?
I guess, I'd like to see us agree with the budget where it is now, 64,000. If you want to let staff go through the grants again, see what they recommend, see what they can come up with. I mean, right now, I'm at 174,000. That, if you do the 5% on the 2 facilities, 110, and then 64 we have, you're at 174,000. We want to get a little over 300,000, so you're going to have to try and another 150.
And Mr. Chair, that's leaving public transit at 100K, correct?
That's already in.
Yeah, at 100K, not 300.
Correct.
Not 350.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess the chore now is to if people agree on the 5% reduction for East Lincoln Bell Alliant, and I'm not sure, so you have a better idea than I if they can accomplish that or not. But that's $110,000 between the two of them. The 64 we have makes it 174. So, Dan, you're saying if the grants were 5%, that would raise us, what, you think?
If we took 5% of 2 million, just as a ballpark, that's 100,000.
Well, that takes it to 275.
If I may, just, I wanted to close the loop on the procurement officer, just because I think there may be a little bit of a misunderstanding there. The procurement officer is not really about the new procurement bylaw. It's about how we spend money here at the city. So we lost 2 key employees a couple of years ago, Stephen Wedlock and Veda. We don't have any seasoned procurement people here. We have 2 great staff who work really hard, but they don't have formal training or a great deal of experience in procurement. The risk to the city is that we're not building relationships with suppliers, whether they're construction companies or folks that are selling us vehicles, and we have lost value because we're not maintaining those relationships. So this is about the process of procurement. It's not just about the procurement bylaw. And if we look just in the last 12 months, the fact that we don't have depth in procurement has cost us a considerable amount of money in terms of additional fees for retendering, going back to tender on police vehicles. I can go on and on. So I think it's important to know that there is value to be created in building capacity to build relationships with suppliers and manage the procurement process, not just developing an RFP, but talking to department heads about, what's the right process to go about building a rink? What's the best way to procure that? Do we use management consultants? Do we do a cost-plus contract? So someone with knowledge and experience in that can advise department heads who are really specialists in, roads and police and fire and running rinks and those kinds of things. We don't have a great deal of depth. This is a position that is supported by the 2 existing procurement staff that we have. It is also a position that we have support from the department heads when we met this morning in terms of supplementing their capacity to deliver what you folks are asking them to do in bringing services, bringing new facilities into place. And I really can't emphasize enough, it's not just about the procurement bylaw. We spend about $180 million a year here, and we don't have strong capacity in terms of managing that whole process of how do we buy, and then how do we manage the process from when we decide to buy to when we actually finalize the project and get the money spent, and then do an evaluation of the project, the supplier, and rating suppliers. So it's much broader than just the procurement bylaw. It's really a situation that we're faced with today, and we were faced with when we lost our capacity in that regard. So I just wanted to close the loop on that so that we didn't skip over it.
So I wonder, can I get Tim to give me, to break down this platoon chief positions and the importance of the need, and does these 2 positions, do they come from within, where you would save the salaries from their current positions?
So could you repeat the question again, Councillor Bernard? What was the question?
So the two permanent platoon chief positions, the need, how important is the need, and will they come from within, where there's someone that's already a permanent firefighter that's already getting a salary that would become freed up, or does it the dominoes effect that they all got to be filled also? Because these are 2 new positions, correct?
These are 2 new positions. Last year, as of August 1st, we were contractually bound to run 4 platoons, 24/7, so 1 platoon on for 24 hours a day throughout the calendar year. Members of three members on each platoon. So what we had to do in order to make sure that those members were safely managed and led through whatever sort of challenges they faced on the shift, we need platoon chiefs, so 1 supervisor for each one of the shifts. Last year, we got the first 2 of the 4 we needed. We broke the 4 requirements down to 2. Since
what
then...
did you do for platoons then?
Sorry?
What did you do for platoons then?
What we're doing right now is running people ragged. We have 1 platoon chief over there who's working Wednesdays around the clock, and then the odd Mondays and Fridays, we're trying to manage his workload. We have another starting the 1st of June. The deputy fire chief has been putting in long hours at the station as well to make sure the platoons are looked after. But they're there 24 hours, 7 days a week, and 3 of them consistently without supervision or management aspect there for their needs and for any responses as well. So in order to, we weren't ready at the 1st of August last year to go to 4 platoons. We made that known. We were ordered to do it through the arbitration award, so we kicked it into effect, established the platoons and put them in place. We had no platoon chiefs. We were then authorized for the first 2 of 4 last year, and we filled those 2 positions. One is hired and in place. It's January, and the other starts 1st of June. And we're looking for these 2 to complete the 4 platoon chiefs, 1 per platoon.
Okay. So there's no savings in if that person comes from within?
No, I wouldn't think, no. No savings in regard to the salary or benefits that the new position would forward.
Whoever becomes a platoon chief, someone would have to fill a position where he came from then.
That creates a vacancy. If it was from internal, yes. Like one of our positions was this past year. One was internal in regards to career, and one was internal and volunteer as well. So.
Okay. Councillor McKinnon's been waiting for, Councillor McKinnon, you were on there, and just press your mic on again. Sorry about that.
Thank you,
Go
Worship.
ahead.
Just in comment to CFO Dan with the procurement officer, I thought we were in agreement tonight to park this until we get the procurement bylaw in place,
Yeah.
then hire the person. Not against having that person in place, not against that we're going to be doing savings and legal aspects and all that.
I do have a bit of a concern for the rate that you have on that. It's more money than we're paying our assistant managers. Are you putting this person in as a manager?
No, so that includes all the benefits, so that the base salary wouldn't be that 120 number, be somewhere just south of 95, I think, but when you include the pension and benefits in, it adds up. What we did is we looked at some of the market, what it would take to get an experienced procurement person. We don't want to bring someone in on a training program because we don't have anybody to train them, so we would want to bring someone in at a decent level where they had the capacity to add value. But happy to circle back on it. The procurement bylaw is not far away, and we'll be having those discussions. I think it'll be important, even more important at that stage, because we'll have a law in place that we need to administer. So, the need for this person won't be reduced when we have the procurement bylaw, but perhaps enhanced. So happy to have the discussion later, but I just wanted to make sure that council understood that it is a position that I think would create a fair bit of value for the city. So,
Deputy Incoff?
Thank you, and I just wanted to reiterate, and to Dan's defense, we had some hiccups this year when it came to some mistakes around procurement, and I would think that position would save us money in the long run because we wouldn't be going back out to tenders on things that we've made mistakes on if we had a proper procurement person. So just throwing that out there as just another
Request.
hiccup in the discussion. Yeah.
Councilor Bedard?
Thank you, Worship. So we're sitting here, we're certainly, moving up the ladder here. We're down to 300,000, now we're close to $1 million after all this. And after I look at this and going back over the budget, I think there's one other area that we need to discuss, we haven't really discussed much, is the extraordinary expenses. We do have $2 million in the budget for that. Last year, I think we budgeted about $1 million. We went in, was $1.5 million, and we committed about 1.2. So we haven't had that discussion here. To this day, I still don't know entirely what that expense is used for. But we are budgeting $2 million, so maybe we could consider taking some of the funds from that to fund some of these positions or these extra initiatives that we're looking for, and bring that down to closer to the 1.2 million. Just another suggestion.
Councilor Bernard? Just turn on your mic, please. Thank you.
That money usually in for salary negotiations, and you're right, I think last year it was 1.5.
It was.
Pardon me?
It was 1.5.
Yeah, so, there might be a couple of $100,000 there that we could move out, which actually might solve our problem, actually. 64.
Councilor Bernard, I just want to add one more thing to your question before I leave the table here. The one thing, and all of the new initiatives, and I've been in the room and we've discussed them all, are all worthy and services and personnel. The one differential I want to make known is that the need for these two platoon chiefs doesn't expand our capacity or give us any more resource capability than we have right now. It gives us what we need right now, it doesn't give us what we're going to need in the future. So we need that to safely and properly manage the platoons now, is why those two positions are of such need, if that makes any sense, while some others are an expansion.
Okay, so why don't we do this?
If I could.
Go ahead.
Why don't we take 50,000 out of that account, and we have 64, and that give us 314,000, and you can get your two platoon chiefs and be $14,000 surplus. Are we okay with that?
Go ahead, repeat that,
That
please.
sounds wonderful.
What's that? If we take 250,000 out of that, I call it extenuating circumstances. What's the title, Sue?
Extraordinary expenses. Extraordinary expenses.
So we had 1.5 at last. So if we take 250 out of that, plus the 64 we already have surplus, you got 314,000. Put your 300 towards the two cheap platoons, you have a $14,000 surplus, the budget's balanced, and everybody should be happy.
And it's just like the mayor said, it would be comparable to what the budget
Yes.
surplus was when his great-great-uncle was the
It
mayor.
was $75.12.
Yeah.
$75.12. And they use
I think
that,
that's wonderful.
they use that for raising the salaries for the civic
What?
employees.
Transit's already in
Wait,
there.
yes,
Transit's already
that's
in
what I was going to say.
Just one second.
And what about transit?
Transit's in there for 100,000.
No, I asked for 3.
Well, we don't have it. We
Well,
don't
how
have
come everyone else gets what
350,000.
they want?
John, you may have to come back from wherever you are and do this, because I get tired.
Yeah, no, I just want to have, like, on the platoon chiefs, and is it two platoon chiefs or nothing? One doesn't do anything?
No, he needs 2 chiefs.
Okay.
Just one second. Hold on. Go ahead there. Go ahead.
There's 4 platoons. There's two platoon chiefs from last year, and they need 2 more this year for the 4 teams. And it's needed, I guess, so.
What did you take, 250 from the extraordinary? So, I mean, 150, 1.5 last year, we were fine. Let's go to use 500,000, give the 2 and give some to transit. Call it a day. We're all done.
What do you want to do?
Well,
He's saying take extraordinary expenses down to 1.5, put the 500 into general revenue, pay for your 2 platoon chiefs, and also cover the transit, 350.
or procurement option.
Well, no, see, I think, Councillor Tweel, did you not say, let's get the bylaw in place?
Okay, well, that's fine.
Let's, some of the priorities, like, we want more police officers, don't we? So, Councillor McKinnon.
No, it was just stated, I'd rather see more police officers in place for the
Okay, we'll
safety of the
put it in
community
there.
rather than the procurement officers right now. I think park procurement officer until we get the bylaw in place, look at it down the road, get the police, the fire platoon
second,
chiefs in place.
Hold on, Councillor Tweel.
Let's put it to
Councillor
police.
Beck.
Put to police.
We're talking about, our problem here is finance. We've got financial issues. Right. So we're trying to nickel and dime and pull from everywhere. The procurement officer is not about the bylaw. It's about smartly dispensing of our money when we're buying multiple thousands and $1 million of products and getting RFPs out and stuff like that. The bylaw has nothing to do with
Yes,
this.
it does.
Well, not right now. We
need a
still have
framework.
needs. We
need a
still have
framework.
needs in order to be effectively doing what we're doing right now. And Dan said we have to get someone who's seasoned, can hit the ground running, knows what they're doing, because we lost 2 significant pieces from our finance part of, and we're talking, everything we're talking about here is finance. And maybe we might be able to recoup some of our money and not waste money because we have a procurement officer in. Yeah, sure, I'd love to hire 3 more police officers. I'd love to have another $250,000 on our thing, but no, 200 and, yeah. But if we take 100 and what is it, the procurement officer's 120, so you're down, whatever. Anyway, I think the bylaw, for me, doesn't, if we're talking about reducing, so we had an additional 500,000 to put the extraordinary expenses up to 2 million, I can't remember, is that what we did?
Now it's down to 1.5.
So now it's down to 1.5 because of the, yeah, okay, I'm good with that. But I think we go in, and maybe one police officer, I don't know.
Go ahead.
Who knows?
Just give me, turn on your mic.
120 went to,
You're just plugging numbers in areas we're going.
120 went to the procurement officer.
Yeah, turn on your mic. Councillor Bernard? Councillor Bernard, turn on your mic. They can't hear you. Okay. Councillor Twill, your mic's on.
No, I think we made some inroads here in the last few minutes. I just want to echo, Dan's, his thoughts on the procurement officer, and I know what he's saying. That's a critical position here in the administration, and have to have some formal training. Do appreciate the work that's being done in-house, but it's another important position in our senior management team. All these positions are important, and that's why we need to look at, when it comes to funding, outside sources, or even if you're looking at Eastlink or Bell Alliant, if you look at the Cary facility, 87% capital, 87% operational. That's a provincial facility, and we're paying for it. So that's something at a later date we're going to have to look at. In terms of funding partners, you talk about funding partners, we're paying the freight.
Bell Alliance, a provincial facility?
What? Yeah, it's used by the entire province.
Well, no, but it's ours.
No.
I paid for it.
Mr. Mayor, please,
Okay,
please don't
let's go. Come
interrupt.
on. Wrap it
Please,
up. Yeah.
sir. Anyway, so those are things that we need to look at as a city council and as a corporation. I'll reiterate, 87% capital, 87% operational. We need to look at that and maybe go to the university and to the province and say, this is being used by the entire province. So let's level the playing field.
Okay.
Anyway.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Are we not looking at any of these mitigation and revenue increases? I mean, at some point, but there's only a few ways that we can create revenue, and we have to. There needs to be something, or maybe not. I'm just throwing it out there, like. Anywho.
Right now, it looks like we took $500,000 out of that extraordinary. So we're sitting at $144,000. We have your platoon chiefs in, and we have your procurement officer in, and there's $144,000 left. So that's not looking at the grants. So what's council want to do right now? We're at 144 surplus. And we have those things in.
Councillor Beck, Councillor Ramsey.
I'd like to call it a night. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
I think we've accomplished a lot. I'd still like to have a look. I'm okay with leaving it at 144,000 right now. It is a budget. We can still look at some of those possible ways of addressing some of the other things that we've looked at here. But I think,
It's a living document.
yeah, and I think Dan and Lane can come back with us at something, and, right now, I think we're all kind of maxed out on our.
Ready to go.
I know you are, Your Worship, but your battery never runs out, but I think everyone else's battery around here eventually
Councillor
does.
Ramsey.
Anyway, so that would be my vote, is that we wait
We move on.
and go with what we have and then just keep going.
Got that, Deputy?
Well, I think, are we saying that the budget's approved tonight?
We're moving ahead.
So staff can, but we'll look at the grants, see what we find there. But right now, the budget's approved, balanced budget, 144,000,
Got it.
correct?
Yep.
And then whatever they find extra, we can see where that goes.
Within reason, of course.
Pardon me?
Within reason, of course.
Councillor Ramsey first.
Yeah, the only thing I want to say is that are we trying to almost take it down to zero? If we are, there's room for one more police officer there. But at the same time, let's wait until the management comes back and see what cuts are there, and maybe we can get two more. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we'll see.
The possibility's always there, right?
Okay, yeah, good.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
So just throwing this out there, and I'm
Go ahead.
sure you'll all toss me out the side door.
No, we wouldn't do that.
But we have, if we took every single residential PID number and increased the tax by 1 cent, that would be $400,000. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dan.
Yeah, yes, roughly, if we added a cent to the tax rate across the board, it'd be just a little less than 400,000.
1 cent. So I'll just park it there, 1 cent.
Which amounts to what percentage? 2 or 3? Do the quick math.
It'd be 0.6 of a cent roughly on residential, so we're at 67 cents, so if it went to 68, it would, and the commercial would be less than that, but.
That'd be a 3%, 4% increase in the property tax,
Anywho,
right?
I'm personally not interested in a tax increase.
Councilor Pritchard, yay, nay? 1 cent increase in the property tax. Councilor Peck? No comprende. You're Spanish. Mon Dieu. Councilor McKinnon? Councilor Drawn?
No.
Councilor McAleer?
Nay.
Councilor McCabe?
No, but I think we do have to start planning better.
Okay. And Councilor McAleer?
No, nay.
Nay. Okay. No,
And-
you're yay.
it up, for
Oh,
heaven's sake, for
okay, it's a bri-
discussion. Don't
okay,
put words in my mouth.
Yay or nay?
Obviously, I have to support the rest of my fellow councilors. No one
Nay.
wants to
So
do
it's
it, nay.
So it's unanimous nay. Okay.
And I just wanted to say, I mean, we can come back,
So,
we can come back in a month's time. Sorry.
Yeah, just 1 sec. What do you want to do?
So right now, in my mind, I think everybody's pretty happy, and we have a $144,000 surplus. So we can move to approve this budget right now?
Just 1 second. I was quiet, but senior administration said about the new positions for the wastewater treatment plant. I'm not sure if there's any appetite for that. I mean, no one discussed it or asked about it. I know we need police. What do you want to do with that?
Councilor Drawn, could we park that and then when we get into the budget years 25, 26, take a look at it? Like it's.
Yeah, you can do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, like I said, senior administration wanted it, so we can look at it whenever you want.
Good. You're all right with that?
Sure.
Well,
100,000.
there's 2 additional record clerks also for 143. I mean, this was a priority list that they put in.
For the police.
They're there, should be.
Should keep what?
We should keep all of those in the hopper.
Yeah.
Oh, they're in the hopper.
No, they're not, right now. Just to be clear, Councillor Bernard, when you look at the sheet that Lane has up now,
Yeah.
we haven't contemplated the records clerks, the police constables, or any of the positions that Councillor Duran's talking about. So if we're going to take those recommendations seriously, we should add those in to the running total of money that we have to look for.
No, well, do you think you can find another $1 million?
I'm not suggesting we're going to find it. Obviously, in this exercise, we're not going to find it, but I mean, when we go back to look at grants and other savings after the budget's been approved, we should keep those new initiatives in the hopper.
Oh,
What I'm suggesting.
yeah,
They are.
yeah.
But they're
That's-
not
that's
noted
part of the
right
living
now. I guess
document.
my point is they're not being noted right now on your screen as holding the course.
DOA, dead on arrival. No.
We're only showing 6 that our council have agreed on right now,
And,
to be considered at a later date.
okay, we good to
Well,
go with this?
To me, when I look at this sheet now, they're on the left-hand side. So that they're still there. What's fulfilled is on the right-hand side in the yellow. So they're still in the sheet,
Good, good.
right?
Green
Your
light?
left-hand column has your
So
3
CFO,
constables.
Dan, the ones that are in yellow now have been built into the budget?
Yes.
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yes.
thank you.
And
Okay,
there's a
green light?
And the surplus of 144.
Okay.
It's been a long night.
Yay? Yay, Deputy? To the budget to go forward. Yay? Yay? Green light? Yay? No? Yay? To go ahead?
No?
Well, this is to move, we don't need a resolution, this is just to move it on so that we can vote on it Monday. Yeah? No? Councilor McAleer?
In favor, and I'd like to thank Councillor Bernard for sitting in the chair in my absence, not being in the chamber. He's done
Councillor
a great
Kate?
job. Thank you.
Good to go ahead?
Yeah, then this will all be included, but this will all be incorporated before we vote on it, right?
Councilor Drawn? Yep.
Yeah, and we're still looking at these positions, right? We're just gonna move it forward, right?
Yep, and we get the line item that was up on the screen in yellow, so it's a living document. We'll be going back to you as a chair of water and wastewater to move it forward.
But I don't want to give false expectations, though. I mean, we're looking for money for it.
That's right.
But we're looking for another close to $1 million. That's
right.
Which has been difficult to find. I mean, we're scratching now, so I don't want to lead them on that it's going to be there. We're going to look at it, but it's not there. It's not there.
So what's
for
the
sure.
surplus we're looking at?
Right now, 144.
Jeez. And in 1917, it was $71.62. Thank you very much. Motion adjourned. Thank you very much. Shut off the TV.